Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, folks. We will get started when somebody joins. Click on the link I will share in the live chat. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you haven't got the link. I do apologize. I'll share it now. I thought I gave the correct link below the video in the description, but is actually the old link to the previous show. So apologies for anybody has been trying to get on. Now we have a few people in the comments. I'll go through it now. And we'll see who is already here. Is finding Gnosis. Welcome to everybody who has already joined us. The show will start properly when someone joins the panel via the link in the live chat, which I've just shared, and I'm going to edit the one in the description, so just bear with me so that it is the correct one. There we go. I'll just make that live now so you can actually refresh it, and it will be the correct one below the video as well. So yeah, let's see who's here. We have Divine Hazel says that she loves coffee. Well, that's good to know. At what age did you discover that, Divine Hazel? Do come on and tell us about that. Guys, by the way, now is a good time to share the show if you can on your community posts or on your social media somewhere, just to bring in new voices. Hopefully we'll have some new voices today. It's always good to get new sparks of insight and experience into the mix to help us on our journey towards finding Gnosis. So yeah, it is a good idea to share the stream somewhere. But yes, where you share it is up to you. Now let's see who else is here. Divine says this channel has the potential to be positive and high vibes. Be respectful to all. Thank you for that. Objective Ethics says he's running errands, so he can't stay on, but he will keep checking in. Well, good to have you with us, brother. Always a pleasure. Marty McFizzle says, what's this about? Apparently they count days. Okay. Jack Talcott says, greetings and blessings to all that may gather. Well, Jack, do you want to come on and get the show started, brother? Divine says, hello, Objective, how ya be? She says, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show with D&W. Like, share, subscribe, be respectful. Good advice there, Divine. She says, love is all there is. Treat all brothers and sisters as you desire to be treated yourself. Great advice, says Objective Ethics to Divine. And he likes how she spelled sisters. She is herself a starseed child, apparently. She believes she came from another planet. Is that right, Divine? And she's here to send us a divine message. So you should listen to her very carefully. Vidor says, real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Confucius. Thank you for that. As usual, he does provide us with interesting comments in the chat. So yeah, we're just waiting for somebody to click on the link to start the show, and then we can get going with today's topic, which might be interesting. Hopefully it'll be interesting. What should people know by the age of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, even 80? What should you know by, these intervals? What should you know as a 10-year-old? What should you know as a 20-year-old? What should you know as a 30-year-old, etc.? Do come on and tell us what you feel people should know. Obviously, it's going to be different for everybody, but kind of a generalized, outlook on it. What should you know by these various birthdays? About life, about yourself, about, how to conduct yourself. What should you know, if anything? Do come on and let us know. Hello to Fatima. Good to see you. Fatima, do come on. We're waiting for somebody to click on the link and start the show. The show doesn't start until somebody else comes on here and starts the conversation. So we'll wait for that person. Who will it be? I'm afraid I have no idea, Dirty. I'll try and find out for you. Well, I'll have a look. One moment.
Share the stream somewhere now, to bring in new voices for our conversation. We do not want to become an echo chamber. Share the stream now. Bring in some new thoughts to compare and contrast our ideas with theirs. Because Gnosis is not found in isolation. Good places to share the stream include your social media platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, YouTube, community posts, Reddit, Discord. Share now. Bring new voices to help us all find Gnosis. This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now!
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Everybody, just one moment. I'll be right with you. I do hope you are well. Please share the stream to bring in new people, new blood for our mission to find Gnosis. We can't become an echo chamber. We need other people. We need to compare and contrast our ideas with others. But anyway, welcome again to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you, in particular, are exceedingly well and getting what you deserve given your output, intentions. And, if you've been good, I hope good is coming to you. If you've been bad, well, I hope you get what you deserve. Now, I was thinking about something today, folks. By the way, is my microphone okay? Let me just double check that because I have a terrible habit these days of messing up with my audio. Let me see. Okay, yeah, seems to be. So I was thinking today, guys, on this show, we often talk about what should we do with our life, okay? What should we do? What is going on and what should we do? But I think it might be interesting today, tonight, this afternoon, this morning, wherever you are, whatever time it is, wherever you are, as we are talking, it might be interesting to focus on what we should know. And by in our life, should we know it? Now, I've used age as the interval by which we can measure life and, the stages. So I've chosen 10, 20, 30, 50. But if you want to move the goalpost, that's fine. Because, is there something to be said that if you don't know something by a certain stage in life, there may be consequences for not knowing that information? Is it detrimental to not know something by, for example, the age of 10, the age of 20? And I'm not just talking about scholarly matters like reading and writing. I'm talking about other things as well. How to deal with fear, how to tell when someone is lying to you, how to sit with yourself in silence without needing anything other than the moment, without needing noise, without needing others to feel okay. And then, by 20 years of age, should you know who you are? At what age should you know who you are? Or at least perhaps should you have contemplated the fact that you don't know who you are yet? Should you perhaps know that you're unsure of who you are? Is that something you should know at some point in your life? At what age do you think you should understand how easily you can be manipulated by friends, by systems, by strangers, by power, and by your own desires? Desires that may ask you to do something or may try to seduce you into doing something that perhaps isn't in your best interest. Or, do you think most people just drift along in life, just taking it as it comes, running on scripts they didn't write in this deterministic universe without really putting deep thought into it, without questioning what they should be doing, what they should know by such and such a time period? By 30, should you understand finance, money, power, relationships, the trade-offs you're making with your energy every day? Should you know what you're sacrificing just by choosing one path over another? Should you know this? Do you ever know this? And at 40, does life really begin at 40 years of age? Should illusions be gone? Should you see the world more clearly? Or are you just perhaps more deeply embedded in it with less energy, less will to make a change? Maybe you've been jaded by your experiences. Maybe you just accept what is. The fight has been beaten out of you. At 40 years of age, do you know what matters? Or are you just better at pretending you do? And then we could go on 50, 60. You can't hide from it anymore. You're moving forwards. You're moving towards the end. Should you know the fact that one day you are going to die? Should you embrace that? Should you make peace with that? Should you understand what you've done in your life? Should you know your effect, your legacy? Should you know whether you've passed something on? Or should you know your mistakes? What mistakes you've made? And, 70, 80 years of age, if you live that long, what should be left to know in your final years? What is there to know in your final years? Clarity? Regret? Wisdom? Or was it all just a long series of automatic reactions to things you never really fully understood? There you go. That's the kind of synopsis for this show today. Is there is there a kind of curriculum to life? Is there perhaps a suggestible path to go on in terms of accruing knowledge by certain ages? Or is it all just chaos? Chaos. Chaos. Dressed up as the journey we call life. The journey we call life. We have two people here. Welcome. Peter and Fatima. Just click on the button to let you on. You are on the Finding Gnosis show. We also have Untrackable, who's come on the show just at the very last second there. As I said, there were two people. Now there are three. Well, there's four, including me. But hey, I'm just the facilitator for your marvelous minds to start working on matters that may or may not be important. Peter, what should people know by the age of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? That's the title of the show. Where does this bring you in your thoughts? What would you like to say on this matter? The floor is yours.
I think by the time of 10, you should have basic survival skills, like Boy Scout type stuff. Starting to anyway, and it will progress as you become to like older, up to 17, 20. So that's that field, right? But up to 10, I think people should be introduced to just the basics, like how to comprehend. There's too many people who want to shoehorn what they want to be learned when they should just be providing the tools to learn. In the early stages, you got to let them have the education to continue their education, right? A foundation. Um, by the time they're in their teens, I think they should know how to hunt. I think they should learn how to farm, even if it's just garden farming in the back. I think they should know how to do the mathematics. So they've already learned basic math. Now they're gonna move to advanced math in their teens. They should learn how to use that math to process how to like manage a garden, how to manage hunting supply, all sorts of things. And also in the late teens, they should learn how to be able to build a home from scratch with tools. They should learn how to use those tools, like workshop class and stuff like that. And I think they should be given a grasp of history, not what some agenda or government wants people to learn, because that's the dangerous part. They should be given the full grasp of history. They should learn about the horrors of genocide in their late teens. They should learn about the beauty of cooperation as well. They need to be introduced to different ideas. But then by the time they're 20, a lot of people are going to end up picking something that they prefer because now they have the tools to go their own way, right? And they're figuring out what they're into. And by the time they're in their late 20s, they should already know how to hunt. They should already know the basics of how to do trades, carpentry, all that jazz. And by the time they're 30, I think the grasp on finance absolutely should step in, because most men, they don't peak. They don't even begin to peak until they're 30, right? It's basically like a giant tutorial up until then, and a lot of people. There's a lot of expectations on people in their late teens and 20s. But as they move forward, I think more complex ideas in their 30s, late 20s come to them, and moving on to like 40s and stuff like that. I think by the time they're 40, they need to learn certain aspects of how to treat like when you're 40, you have no excuse, right? Even at 30, you have no excuse to mistreat people like at all. Like like early the first 30 years of your life, that's where you make mistakes to learn, right? And I think that's the most important part, because there's too many people who emphasize that failing is the problem. No, people haven't failed enough, right? Because you have people out here with extremely bad socialized behavior who treat other people completely differently as they would online. And I think that's another thing. Back in the early to tens, they should learn how to like, so about 15, somewhat around that area, they should learn how to navigate on the internet. Best advice that I was given at that time was never dox yourself, never give your full name on a public platform. Like, but you want to be Batman out there. You want to have yourself a little incognito shield, and I think that's important for all the youths to know at that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. We'll have to move on, but we will come back to you because we have to give everyone a chance. I think Fatima was next. Yeah, Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What should people know by various, ages in life? The title is there. You know what it's about. Go ahead.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Yeah, well, it depends on the person's, like, I guess, cognitive capabilities and such, and also the fact what kind of environment they're growing up in. Like, I don't think it's more about what you should know, but what you can know, in my opinion. Because I think that the human mind and like knowledge is very, very limited and finite already. So like I think that what you know in 25, you'll probably change when you're 40. Like life is very, very fluid and complicated. So like, I don't know what people should know by 80 or by 70, other than just keep yourself alive and don't fall for like a bullshit. But like, that's just like general like evolutionary survival skills. But it turns out people don't really have those skills anymore. So I don't really have too much faith for people on their knowledge, because they just seem to be drifting in life, if you know what I mean. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Fujima.
Yeah.
Untrackable. Would you like to provide your own commentary on matters given the topic of the show?
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough question. I'm in my mid-40s, and so it's tough to say what somebody should do, you know, as if I get to raise just somebody. Just as tough as it
Should
is
know,
to.
should know. By the way, it's should know, not should do. Just so you're aware. So go
Okay,
ahead, sorry. But
should
obviously
know.
they are related, because in what you know affects what you do a lot of the time. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. Should know. Um, and just as much as it is tough looking forward as I move into higher ages, I haven't been there yet, so it would be tough to predict what I should know, coming from, because again, the access. If you've been, grown up in the suburbs, your parents took you to a house that was already built by somebody else, and you've got climate control, and there's no suffering, and then you go and you do public school, and this is your access to knowledge. If your parents put you through certain programs, like my man mentioned, the Boy Scouts, as far as nature and understanding, how you can live with in certain situations. That's beautiful. That's beautiful access. Not everybody takes advantage of that access. Not everybody is guided into that access. But an individual experience, I was thinking about this earlier, is the story that you read, because somebody in the comments brought up the Bible, the story that you read, or the movie that you watch, or the math that is put in front of you. You may understand what they're explaining to you, but you may pull something completely different out of it that you actually hold on to. And so I think experience. So what should you know? I think you should know each step of the way, each experience that you've had, hopefully has given you something that you can hang on to. And hopefully, in my opinion, you keep seeking, and don't hold on to, what they, I say they, this is kind of a little weird, but, you may be given a story, but hold on to what connected with you, and then carry that to the next level. So thank you.
Thank you, Untrackable. Thank you very much. Kenny, you see the topic of the show there, brother. What should you know? And then I've given a series of ages, each separated by a decade. What should you know by 10, 20, 30, etc.? Would you like to comment on this? And then perhaps, guys, will what we'll do after Kenny has spoken is we can go through each age there and give a more in-depth analysis. But Kenny, go ahead. In terms of the topic of the show, speak freely, have your stream of consciousness. This is your moment.
So by 10, you should be learning the basics in school. Reading, writing, maths. History is very important. learning creative pursuits as well, physical education, playing sports with your friends, climbing trees, and being socialized is very important as well, knowing who's who in your neighborhood, your community, in your school. You know, when I was growing up, there was, you know, it was a tough neighborhood, so you had to be careful who you were slagging and, you know, taking the piss out of. And there was people who you could humiliate and people who you couldn't. By the time you're 20, you know, you should know how to talk to women, be confident with women. That's when you start drinking in pubs as well. So you need to start knowing how to act like an adult. You need to learn how to be financially responsible as well as legally responsible. You know, when I was in my 20s, I was a bit of a binge drinker and a bit of a wild one, a bit of a rebel. So I stopped drinking when I was 29 years old. So when you're in your 30s, you need to really know what's healthy for you in terms of fitness, diet, looking after your mental health. Philosophy is very important. And then I would say, as you're getting older, for me, as I'm getting older, I want my body to get younger. So I started going to the gym. I've been on the keto diet for 1 month now. I've lost, well, almost a month. I've lost 5 kilos. I've got another 5 kilos to lose. Because my hips are not as flexible. Because when I was going to the gym, when I do a squat, a barbell squat it's more like a sumo squat or a half squat, you know? So I need to improve my hip flexibility. So I installed this app called Bend. And this is so important, especially as you're getting older. You need to have good flexibility. Otherwise, you're going to get injured, you're going to get stiff, you're going to get in pain. So I'd like to recommend this app. It's called Bend. And it puts you through different stretches. That's the one I done this morning. Right? So it's 30 seconds, upward salute, touch toes, lunge, upward dog, child's pose, 30 seconds. And yeah, the most important thing is your health. There's nothing more important than health. Nothing.
Thank you, Kenny. Some wise words there. Interesting, and I agree that well, your book arrived. We Who Wrestle with God by Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah. Let us know how that goes as you're reading it. Pamela says, Pamela says, unfortunately, most don't know. It sounds bonkers, but it's true. It takes your life and the suffering for others that you care about to realize what is going on. Perhaps I think that's what she means.
You're going back into listening mode because I'm not one of these people that passively loiters on the screen. Okay. Only come on when I've something to say.
Digital Denizen is asking you a question though, Kenny. Do you do yoga? And I think that's basically what he is doing. Yeah, he is doing some kind of yoga. Well, he's doing his stretches, and some of those movements are in yoga for sure. On his app, the Bend app, I think it's called. So yeah, guys, we could perhaps move then to talking about specific ages like 10. What do you feel then people should know by the age of 10, or what should people be making sure that children are knowing by the age of 10? Would you like to just concentrate on that age?
Basic math, yeah. Basic math and science, like biology and like I guess like physics. Some kids in China are learning all of this stuff by age 10. So I don't think why we can apply that principle to everyone. You know, learning about like astrophysics and quantum mechanics by age 10. I think that would be nice to train, people to be more intellectual, though I think that's asking too much for from the majority of the world, honestly. But that's just a suggestion I got. History, big one as too. And here's another one. What?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. And another one, I think that 10-year-olds should be at least primed to write poetry. I think that's good, so they can learn their rhythmic skills, their analyzing skills, their syntax, and their memorization skills. Yeah, I think that's pretty good too, and just writing skills in general. Yeah,
I think that's all pertinent, but I also believe they should be learning mythology.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah,
because
Why?
mythology. Here's what I'll say why. So the whole point of why so many let's focus on Greek mythology for a moment. Why would we insert that into the schooling system? Why would we put that in? It's for frame of reference, right? Because some people who are not very spiritual or whatnot, they would look at mythology in a more so this is a frame of reference towards the psychology of mankind, but like an echo, right? So there's different struggles that certain deities or heroes go through. How the Avengers, you'd let your kid watch the Avengers, right? You're letting them watch mythology. You're letting them watch how Iron Man has to deal with anxiety about seeing something from the future. The aliens are coming, type thing. That whole story arc, and then other things, and learning cooperation. So it's like learning the hero's journey, and not necessarily the concept of mythology. But our modern mythology, these stories, the frame of references, to understand complex narratives, to begin to understand that, it is to be introduced to those ideas. Because how can you understand extremely complex ideas if you just rebuke mythologies? And the entire history of the world, our primary education has always been the storytelling at the fire, all the time. And if you were going to learn, this is why that bad person did this bad behavior, how could you understand that bad behavior unless you learn the motive, a frame of reference, right? For example, the Disney Hercules, why did Hades do what he did, right? Well, he had spite. He was spiteful. And that's an example of so he behaved like a bully, right? So certain, if they don't have that frame of reference, it can be complicated. It doesn't even have to be related specifically to mythology, but when people watch movies like Spider-Man, right? Like Spider-Man 2 with Tobey Maguire, he had this whole story arc where he doubted himself, he gave up on himself, and then he lost his power, right? So that it shows when you doubt yourself, you're just destroying yourself, right? So having these frame of reference stories is extremely important for a young mind. That's what I believe.
Thank you very much. Any ones in particular that you'd recommend 10-year-olds know?
I would say
just pick one.
I would say I would just say Lord of the Rings, just so it's not some sort of cultural piece or too convoluted. But they can have fun with the notions of facing darkness. The little guy can change the world. Frodo can change the world, and that's a nice part of the story.
Okay, thank you for that. But guys, we have set scales. I'm going to have to welcome them aboard. Welcome aboard tonight, set scales, today, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are. We're talking about what people should know by certain ages in their life. Would you like to provide your own commentary on it before we go forwards?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to read this quote by Confucius that I think is pretty good. It goes, "At 15, I had my mind bent on learning. At 30, I stood firm. At 40, I had no doubts. At 50, I knew the decrees of heaven. At 60, my ear was an obedient organ for the reception of truth. And at 70, I could follow what my heart desired without transgressing what was right." So essentially, It's basically a gradual process of learning yourself and how to live the best possible life in the world you live in, is what it comes down to. But from an early age, because that's I heard you guys talking about like 10-year-olds and maybe the first 10 years. If we're just talking about like an educational type curriculum, it should be centered around liberal arts where individuals are focused on learning themselves. Basic things like math and writing should be taught along the way, but the primary focus should be each kid learning who they are, so that by the time they get to like 20 or 25 or whatever like that, around that age, there's no confusion within their minds from other people telling them what they should be, because the whole education system was designed around them discovering for themselves what they want in life. And yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Knowledge of the self is the highest and most important knowledge.
I agree with that. But I would go more on the biology side and say that like you said, learning yourself, your body, your mind, how you receive this world that you live in, biology and psychology is catered to an application of the only tool that you have in this world, and that is your body. And so, trying to drill, textbooks into children without letting them go and find how far a mile away from home is. Let them go a mile away from home. And then when you go and receive them and walk them back, be like, oh, thank God I found you. Hey, you went a mile out. And this is what the mile back feels like.
Thank you for that, Unshackled. Guys, we're concentrating on what a child should know by 10. Now, I think an interesting question is, what should a child know by 10 that most adults still haven't even figured out? Would you like to go there? It's an interesting question. Take a moment to think about it. What should a child know by 10 that would set them up for a better life that most adults still haven't figured out?
I don't know. Imagination's important.
I have a good answer to that. So in the pre-Christian Germanic traditions, right, pre-Rome, you were with your mother until you were 7. So you're learning your emotions, you're learning your empathy, you're learning the mother side, right? All the intuitive emotional thinking, right? So like basically like the other gentleman mentioned, liberal arts, that's another way, right? Like you're crafting, you're doing stuff. But by the time you're 7, you and your father, you're going on a 3-month trip into the mountains. You're going to learn how to make a spear. You're going to learn all these skills, how to set up little snares, how to be a benefit to the tribe. This is like basic pre-modern world. Most people, so it's what we lack, right? Most people do not know how to make a snare. I don't. I know how to make a javelin. So I'd probably be focusing on that. But most people don't even know how to make the basics of survival, right? Like it's like like Rust, the video game. Throw them in there. All they have is a rock, right? Most people have no idea what to do, and it's a shock to the system. In this modern age, most people by the time of 12, for the vast majority of human history, already had at least multiple hunts under their belt. And it's how they built their winter clothing, because if they didn't know how to hunt, they couldn't bring their winter clothing to be made better by their mother and by the women of the tribe who focused on making the clothing and the art. And if the child, a young boy at 7 up till 12, that's the main period. That's why Boy Scouts is so important. It's an offshoot of that tradition. Most people do not know how to hunt and gather, the basics of
You don't need
human.
to hunt these
the
days,
thing,
but
yeah.
I think you should know how to go grocery shopping. You should know
Yeah.
how to grow a garden. You
Well,
should
well, how would that
know.
transition to modern, right?
You should know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how this is it. I'm transitioning this into living in
Right,
the
right.
modern environment, and I'm saying you should know how to go grocery shopping. You should know how to. That's gathering. So you should, and hunting, by the way. You're
Yeah, it
going
is
out there
something in our
looking for
modern
something,
world.
and you're looking for something that is, worth expending your energy on. Something that you can bring home, put on the table, and it was worth bringing back. It
Yeah.
was worth going out for, and it was worth bringing back, and it was worth the expenditure of your energy and money. And also, you should learn. I agree. You should learn about growing a garden. As a vegan, I don't agree with the hunting side of it, but I agree you should know how to grow. You should also learn about what is edible. Because lots of things in the wild are edible.
Yeah.
It's good to know that.
In
Yeah.
D&W,
It's,
since you're a vegan, I know that if you were put in a corner and you could not find anything that's vegetarian or whatnot, you're on week 2 of starvation. The society went to shit. I'm pretty sure you know how to make a spear and maybe go get some meat, because meat actually wasn't the primary for most of human tribal history.
that's true.
It was actually gathering fruit. Like I saw a video recently of a humongous black man who's all muscled and shit. He said all he eats is fruit. I was like, what?
Yeah, fruitarian or fruitarians. Yeah. For most of human history, I mean,
You'd be surprised how quickly
yeah.
you can grow mushrooms.
Yes,
That's-
there's some cultures that
some foods that are high in protein.
Ragnarok, because he says by the age of 12 in these Germanic tribes, children had experience in hunts, and while that might have been true, we have pretty much the same thing today, in the sense that by the time a kid's 12, they know that they're going to need money to get by in the world, and they know that in order to get money, they're going to probably have to work, right? Unless they're rich. So it's just,
we don't even need to go to tribal history. We can look at 1800s. We had kids working the chimneys.
So, yeah, right.
That's true.
Was saying it's just.
I don't know what age you had your first job, but like your first paid job. I was 14. No, I actually had a
16.
paper round
I
before
was
that.
a window washer.
At 14, I was working in a joinery workshop where they actually brought in rough wood and planed it down with machines to make it smooth, and then used it to make window frames, kitchens, and whatever else they made. It was a carpentry workshop.
This was.
But listen, Divine Hazel
was a
says
window
they
washer.
need to love themselves first. Then they have the capacity to love others.
Yeah, that's basically
evident.
By the way, when I was 14, I lied and said I was 16 to get the job.
Really? Oh yeah. I think at 14, you know how to lie. You're way.
Anyway, it didn't really work out. I was still getting paid peanuts. But I mean, they knew what age I was. They were paying me peanuts. But anyway, it is what it is. So Divine Hazel says by the age of 10, they need to love themselves first. Okay, they need to be aware of loving themselves, having self-love, and then they would have the capacity to love others.
And this goes in line with what I and Ragnarok was talking about, in that he's talking about the mother takes them for the first 7 years, and I'm talking about how they need to go through liberal arts to learn themselves, because ultimately love is seeing yourself and everyone else around you, regardless of what they've done or whatever it is, however they look or however they might live their life. It's realizing that we're all life. We all share the same planet, and because of that, I love you. That's really as simple as it is. It's just simple.
Kenny was a paper boy on his bicycle at 10 until 13. And the thing about being a paper boy is it paid so bad. I did it as well. I didn't do it for as long as that. I did it for a year, but it literally was atrocious pay. I remember when I was doing it. It was really bad.
I was a window washer. Yeah. Washing mansions for snobby rich people. I came from I already mentioned I came from a broken home, blah blah blah, in the food banks, all that jazz, lower class. But like washing mansions, being the window washer, right, was so unreal. I saw what these people have in their homes, and I was like, you people are fucking spoiled.
Divine
They
Hazel.
don't care for
Divine
resource
Hazel says.
allocation.
Divine
Oh,
Hazel
fuck.
says youngsters need to know how to cook, clean, and sew, and grow food, and then they won't have to marry
Yeah,
someone to do all
yeah,
that for
hell
them.
yeah. I
Okay.
agree
There's
with
a
that.
certain amount of truth in that. Like, it's good to be independent and not
Yeah,
relying on
cook
others
for
for
yourself. Yeah,
basic.
always
Yeah.
cook for yourself. I think by like 15, you should be cooking completely by yourself because that's
Yeah.
what I was doing.
But that's
Pennies make
something you mentioned. There's
week.
people who
I
don't
think
know
I
how
was
to cook.
making £10 per day working in the fucking
Oh
joining
shit, I'm
workshop at
having
14. Yeah, it was terrible. It was
Like,
atrociously bad. Hey.
how many of you met somebody who doesn't know how to cook? I've met some. They don't, like, there's women and men, they have no idea.
Mhm.
They, like, yes, they can make mac and cheese. They know how to do that. But like cooking in general, like if they're gonna make a roast, if they're gonna make chicken, if they're gonna prepare anything, because like I used to be a cook, right? There were some people that tried to get a job at the pub where I used to work, and we're talking about people who should know, right? Some people didn't know the basics. They did not
Oh,
know
that's what I
the
mean.
most
Yeah, some people
simple
never know.
basics,
Guys,
and I think it's a
Yuzu
shame.
Lemon says that he is growing peas, carrots, onions, and potatoes at the moment, and he recently foraged wild garlic. Okay. Yeah, be careful with your foraging in the wild. Make sure you know what you're doing. Some shit will kill you, even in the UK. But Yuzu, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, welcome. What would you like to say about the topic of the show?
I mean, I don't really have much to say because you and the other people have kind of already mentioned it, to be honest. Like about like learning how to like cook at a certain age and learning how to like grow your own food. And I mean, I don't know how to sew, but I know how to grow my own food and like go foraging. Although I'm not an expert at it, to be honest, so I don't do it that often. But I know certain plants to forage as well.
Thank you for that. I don't know why, but out of nowhere, Divine has told Kenny to kiss her red rosy ass. He might well enjoy doing that, Divine. I don't know. Is that an offer? He's already been offered another man's wife live on this show. Is that another lady offering herself to Kenny? They're coming thick and fast here. Alyssa is here. She says, "Hey all, good to have you here. Is Gracie coming on? Do let us know." So, by the age of 20, guys, do you think you should know who you are at the age of 20? What's going on at that age? What should you know at 20? Do you think you're beginning to realize who you are, to know who you are? Do tell us.
Well, I think that you should begin to have at least have a strong desire to know who you are at that age if you don't know who you are, and then use the next 10 years or whatever to really learn who you are. And then by the time you're 30, then I think that you can probably become more comfortable in knowing that you're going to make decisions that aren't going to contradict your character. But by the time you're 20, I think that you should have a desire to want to know who you are at the very least.
You should have a desire to want to know who you are.
Yeah. So like,
Are you saying a lot of people don't even have that desire?
well, I think a lot of people have a lot of external noise from the world, from media, or from the school systems, or even from their parents telling them to do things, or telling them to be things, or giving them biases revolving around religion or politics or money. And these things influence people in a way that's basically going to set them astray from their authentic self.
Interesting, guys. What do you think of Set Scales' take on matters there?
It's pertinent because there's a lot of people who, instead of letting you figure out who you are, they want to tell you who you are. Right? Like it's critical, right? You have people who demand to be your mentor, but really they want to be your handler. So like that, what's coming out of them is noise to control you, and then you're left with confusion, and it might even become a stumbling block where you're tripping over, and you're given misinformation, And it like, for example, like if a youth is trying to learn, they meet somebody, and that somebody happens to be a very narcissistic, abusive individual who wants to mentor them. They're not trying to mentor you; they want to control you. The world, they have agendas. Political parties, they have agendas. Religions, they have agendas. Even though I'm religious, that's the truth. I'm going to tell you. There's people who put the recruitment of conversion first, which is a problem. They all have an agenda, and there's so much noise being thrown at you as a kid. Be a leftist, be a right winger, be a Christian, be a Muslim, be an atheist, be this, be that. Join this group. That like you have so many tribes out there. We'll just call them tribes, vying for the influence of that young individual who just turned 12 years old. I noticed communists had a close, strong influence on younger people, but as those younger people grew up, there's this notion where most people are liberal when they're younger, a little more conservative as they grow older. And people that like, so all the noise, as he mentioned, right? So all that noise, identifying the noise, all these individuals who want control, the agendas, that's a lot for a young individual opening social media and seeing the vast amounts of influence. I think the one node of influence that will win is the one that lets you think for yourself, right? Because if you're just being
This is the
constrictive, if you're
Finding
being
Gnosis
constrictive,
show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Thank you for
All right,
that.
I'm back.
Thank you for that. Guys, so we're talking about the age of 20 now. Kenny brought up dating, socializing.
Dating isn't
What
that
do you think?
standard.
What do you think you should know by the age of 20 in that regard? So in terms of socializing.
Socializing, that's also pretty risky because when I was 20, I'm still kind of the same way I was now, just a bit more, not as knowledgeable about niche topics, but yeah, still antisocial even in 20 to now 25. Yeah, so, and like I don't strive for human relations, in it. Yeah, that's just me though.
Interesting. So, guys, what do you think of that? That Fatima has come to this. You're about 25, are you, Fatima?
I am exactly 25.
Yeah.
25.
So you've come to this. You've come to this conclusion that you know yourself, and you know that you're not somebody who yearns to be a people pleaser.
No, hell no.
What do you think of that, guys? It does Fatima know enough at 25 to come to that conclusion?
I think it's
Yeah, I
something
would say
people
yes.
should have come to the conclusion sooner.
Yes.
Because if having that position, he's actually defending himself from agendas of different groups, as well as
All
narcissists
groups.
who might want to control him.
Yeah. All groups.
So
Yeah. Sorry.
that it's so important for somebody in their young 20s, because like everybody here, I think we've all been ensnared into different agendas. Like when I was younger, I liked being liberal, but then I became conservative, right? But that's not the point. It's the point of influence. His stance stops people from trying to make them think for them, right?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it goes back to that. So like if you know thyself, and you don't want to validate people, like you literally don't care about being right in the eyes of people, you are free.
Oh. Yeah,
You're not
absolutely.
enslaved to what they want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for, coming to the realization, because so many fucking people from all variety of groups say that, oh, you'll change. They told me this when I was like 20, and here I am 5 years later. I can imagine
Do you know
this
why they
going
tell you that?
another 5 years, and another 5 years, and another 5
Do you
years.
know
Yeah?
what? Do you know why they tell you that?
What?
They want an opening.
Of course they do. Yeah, that's why I consider myself a social isolationist. I take cues from North Korea, Myanmar, and yeah, yeah. If I was a country, I would be North Korea, the DPRK. I would totally be that country, like very isolated, and only let some allies in, as you say. Only people that are right for me. If you know what I mean. That I can sense, not sense, but I can see all the stuff you talk about, and I can make my own equations and like articulate and like come to my own conclusion.
Everybody who's been in their 20s, like back to the question, like everybody who's been in their 20s, right? We've all encountered a political dogma, a religious group. It could even be atheists. It could even be the antinatalist group or the pro-life group. Everybody is trying to get us to think their way. Has everybody encountered that? And I think by the mid-20s, we all learn to be like, no, I'm going to be who I am. Like, I'm pretty sure we've all had that moment.
Well, I still have like those views, but like though I kind of like appropriate those views in my own worldview, because like like I appropriate things to me. Like if I'm going to take an idea, I'm going to appropriate it into what I want.
Is it not a danger that you're being a bit cocky and saying you know who you are when you don't know your ass from your elbow? And in withdrawing from society at a young age, perhaps you are in danger of getting stuck in a stunted position developmentally, and you're not being
because
tested. You're not facing the
I wouldn't
trials
say
and
so,
tribulations
DNW.
of you're not facing the trials and tribulations of life. You are in your comfort zone.
What do you
the
mean?
truth is, you should be out there getting upset, getting triggered, getting met with opposition in your day-to-day life at work, in your community.
You assume
because that is
sorry,
part of being human. It is not good to completely withdraw oneself.
Well,
it is better perhaps to face it, to walk amongst it, and to rise.
Well, I
think most people
and
wouldn't survive a week in isolation. You
No,
want trials and
exactly.
tribulations, you go through isolation.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly.
That's the truth.
Yeah, like,
That's literally the Dostoevsky route. He didn't he was isolated for a long time in a very bad country for a very long time. He got to learn more about humanity in those years of isolationism. And you assume it's just a comfort zone. Like people think you're just like, if you isolate, you're just some fucking hermit loser when you're actually on top of the fucking world at the end of the day.
Exactly. And also,
and that it's not cockiness. It's actually so many people ask them, sit in a room for a week with everything you need. Find yourself. Most people can't even sit in a room quietly for an hour.
No, they can't. They have other things in their heads.
No. I suppose I am playing devil's advocate here. I'm not telling you what to do or what you should know, but I'm just merely asking the question to stimulate conversation. At what point do you know you should withdraw? You should. How can you know? How do you know you're right about that?
Now that I can't tell you because I've always felt withdrawn from people from a very young age.
Dostoevsky has an answer to that. He mentioned the stronger you want to get, stay in the isolation as long as you need, up to the point of when you become strong enough.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going through the trials and tribulations of isolation to a certain degree, but there is value to what you said, DNW, where like you need to go out there, you need to sharpen your sword with your vocal sword, communication, social life, because like, are you going to use your period of isolation, what you learned, and then go out in the world, right? Because we have so many people who are in their young 20s who have been going through isolation, right? The pandemic. But now that we've all been learning things throughout the pandemic, using our resources of the internet, books, all that jazz. But now what we actually have an opportunity, and a lot of people are missing this, they're not understanding, they can challenge how the world is because of so many people were forced through isolation. So now we've all had to face ourselves. So there was that one benefit, and unfortunately there was the bad things that happened due to isolationism, because a lot of people were cut off. Some of the younger people, 16 to 25 right now, are socially stunted. So I think something that they're missing was, in fact, that they didn't get prom. They didn't get some of these things. They didn't get the school dance or stuff like that. They didn't have a chance to face their anxiety. So there's absolutely merit in what you're saying, DNW, of you have to go out there eventually.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and DNW, you
Yeah,
assume
I think as usual, it's not a case of all or nothing. You have to have a healthy moderation here.
I know. I was gonna say that.
And basically, you have to be able to go out and walk amongst them, get tested, learn what your likes and dislikes are, and also realize sometimes that you might be erroneous in your thinking, and it's good to be tested because you might be shown it might be showing that you're being a bit myopic in one area, and perhaps something else would be better for you. But also, it's good to withdraw. It's good to be able to self-soothe. It's good to be able to not need others to make you feel content. So there surely is a happy medium. And at what age do you feel people should be able to do that? Know that medium. Know that there's it is healthy to socialize to some degree, but it's also healthy to pull back and self-soothe, and it's okay to, sit in your own company, as long as you don't do it too much, perhaps. If by the way, this is only if you care about progressing using society as a way to progress, which I feel most people need to do, if not all of us. We need to be able to socialize. There are a rare few people who can sit at home and do some kind of coding or something, and maybe they don't talk to anybody nowadays. I don't know. Maybe they can make a living that way, but I find that it's probably quite rare for most people not to need to socialize to some degree.
Yeah. I think the perfect age. Well, here's the thing. I don't think anyone finds that medium. I don't think it's a given to find that medium at any age, because a lot of people, they don't have mediums. They either have one extreme or the other, in my opinion, when it comes to this, especially nowadays where things are much more polarizing in terms of the social scales. So there's more anti-socialism, there's more antisocial people, there's more withdrawal, and that is to be expected. And yeah, so I don't think there's any age that's required to find that medium, because some people either use it all their lives or they don't have it at all. It depends. They either have small epochs of it or they have large eras of it.
I would say as early an age as possible.
As early an age as possible. That's interesting, guys. We were talking about mixing things up a bit. Now we have someone on the panel here who's just they've typed this comment in the live chat. They said they went out today, explored a new area, went out of their comfort zone, but they spent 2 hours in the woods at peace by themselves as well. So they did a bit of both. They're on the panel. Yuzu, how did that go for you? What did you learn from it? Was it a good experience?
Yeah, it was pretty calm, to be honest. I mean, I suppose the thing that I did learn was to just go out my comfort zone more and maybe go to different areas that are more nature friendly, because obviously I'm because of my autism, because of other mental problems, I just don't really like being around large groups of people that often. But yeah, it was decent, to be honest. It was nice. It was the first time I've ever been there as well, so it was something new.
Well, I mean, I have to applaud you, brother. You did something outside your comfort zone,
exactly,
off your own initiative. You went to somewhere that was different, strange, and as you said, as an autist, this may be more difficult for you, but you did it. You achieved it. I mean, I applaud you for that, brother. And you had a nice time then.
Yeah.
Good man. Good man. Alyssa says she loves walks in the woods. So you're not alone in your admiration for walking amongst the trees. Now, Christine, you've joined the show. We are talking about what people should know by various ages in their life. So, for example, 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. Is there anything you'd like to say on the subject? Go ahead. You have the mic.
My computer's kind of acting up a bit. I don't know, honestly, everyone has different circumstances in life. I really don't have much to contribute to this one. Yeah, everyone's different. Everyone learns.
Another question I could ask you, as I think you're about 30-ish. Are you happy with what you know at the moment? Do you think you know enough for the age that you are?
Yeah, I'd say I probably know more than most people, my age for sure, because most people work. Most people who are my age work, so they don't have the time to learn what I know. So I probably know more than 90% of the people who are my age and working, I would say, because they can only study their field of expertise because they're their job requires them to focus on one subject instead of multiple, but I focus on multiple subjects. So I focus on stuff that's relevant to me and what I think is important, because that's the thing, it's complicated. Everyone has a different subjective opinion on what they think is important, right? People will argue over what, you know, what is important to them and what is important to society, or you know, whatever. Like, there's different things that matter to different people, and what matters to you is not always going to matter to everyone else. So yeah, I you know, am learning still every day. I learn something new every day. You never stop learning, but I'm learning what is important to me and what I'm interested in, and other people are learning what's important to them and what's, you know, relevant and interesting to them. Like, obviously, you know, if you're going to do a like gender divide here, men are interested in things that women aren't interested in sometimes. You know, so what a man is going to be focused on in terms of, you know, physical, you know, things, I'm not going to be interested in that. You know, there's those differences. But yeah, as for age, I don't know. Like, you know, it's really kind of hard to pin down, because everyone learns things at different times, and it's too different. Everyone's just so different, and has, like, I don't know if there's anything people should know. I don't know. It's too complicated for me, honestly.
Thank you,
I just
Pristine.
focus on myself. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, Pristine. Thank you for that. Pristine, I'll come back to you in a moment. I just want to read this comment out from D Prophet, who says, if you don't know who you are by the age of 25, you're fucked.
I actually
Is that a
agree
bit
with him.
harsh? Is that a bit
No.
harsh, or do you think
No.
you agree with it?
No,
I mean, to say someone's fucked, is it not a little bit harsh? I mean, it may be
We're all
more. Life may be more difficult. Life may be more difficult for you, but to say you're fucked, is that not a bit too?
But D&W, don't you literally say that we're in a hell realm? Like, that's a definition of fuck, D&W. You literally said.
Specifically, what does it mean?
No, you're mischaracterizing what I say. Now,
well.
we are in a very dark place, undoubtedly, but that doesn't mean there's not continuous opportunity for personal development, no matter what age you are.
Well,
so to say
yeah.
you are completely, absolutely, and totally fucked if you don't know who you are by the age of 25, I would say is a little bit of an overstatement there.
I wouldn't say so.
Prophet. I would say there are people who maybe break out of their shell maybe a bit later than that, maybe much later than that, and then they become, you know, somebody in tune with their own desires, with their own values. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Do you not think that it can take a bit longer for some people, perhaps?
Yeah, but
that's okay.
Yeah, but for the other 25%, they will never ever achieve that form of.
I suppose it depends what you mean by fucked. Whether you mean financially fucked, socially fucked, fucked mentally. Maybe he'll have to come on and explain what he means by that.
I guess judging by this show, it's both like spiritually
to me,
like
fucked means there's no hope, and I don't know if that's a true statement. I think
no. I think for just certain people there is no hope. Yeah. Just for certain people, there could be some advantages for other people, but for certain people, hell no. There is no way that they could ever have any form of like.
So Zeno says that people say it's over, it's so over, like what D Prophet just said. Zeno says these types of people are trolls. They're not good spirited. So D Prophet, you're being accused of being a troll, not for the first time on this show, I might add. Come on if you want to substantiate what you said.
I don't think
he is being accused of being a troll.
I don't think it's that these people are trolls. I think that they're just overly pessimistic and telling people that we have no chance or we should just give up is not the right approach, because we do have the power and authority to make change in our lives as individuals. The problem is most people aren't doing that. They're giving their power and authority to other people who are using it for nefarious purposes.
And they still do it though. Like they don't learn from their mistakes. Like one thing I've noticed is that like people tell me learn from your mistakes. I have. That's why I'm withdrawn. But like when I see other people commit the same mistakes over and over again, and they say this to me, I'm like, are you stupid or something, bro? Like, do you even know who you are? You know, like, do you practice what you preach? I do, you know, kind of.
What do you mean by like no?
Zeno, would you be able to come on? Zeno says, nah, I stand by that. Someone saying 25 is when you have to know who you are is 100% a troll. 100% a troll. Do you know what? I'm siding with Zeno here. I think Zeno is more or less right. You know, I think to be fully confident in all your likes and dislikes by the age of 25, and to think that you know everything about who you are and what you should be doing, I think that's a stretch. I think that's a stretch. Your brain, they say your brain. Some people say, well, actually, modern science says it takes until about 30 for your brain to develop, maybe longer. It used to be 25, but they're saying it takes a lot longer now. So, given that, guys, is it not a little bit, I suppose, dangerous to be saying somebody should fully know who they are by the age of 25?
Well, here's my question, right?
Given they're literally just becoming somebody with a mature brain. They just have the tools to start thinking with some maturity. Do you not need to be mature to know who you are, Fatima?
Huh?
Do you not need to be mature to know who you are?
Yeah, you do. But some young people like already have maturity. Oh, look, Deep Prophet.
Yeah, he says it's a midwit take. He's trolling again. He's trolling Zeno and me.
I mean,
maybe he's trolling Zeno for this comment. He wrote it after this comment. One second. Zeno says that they know Zoomers and Gen Z, and that they know their age range and how they troll, bait, and mess around. LOL. So basically, he's saying, yeah. But the thing is, you might be shocked and surprised to learn that D Prophet here is a geriatric millennial like me.
Yeah,
so,
and like
you mischaracterized him there as a younger person.
Make a point about this 25, okay? Because there's been an estimated 108 billion people who have ever lived, and most of those people did not live to the age of 25 or 30. So, and some of these people did great things in their life. So, is it safe to say that all of these people did not know themselves? I would say no. I would say
they knew themselves in that moment, given what knowledge they had and what desires they had and what they were achieving, what they were doing. All they ever knew was what they had experienced. Is there anything more to know? Is there anything more to know than knowing your experience of being an experiencer of this existence, given the cards you were dealt and playing them as you have played them? I mean, what more is there to know, guys, outside? Can you know anything outside of your own experience? I suppose that's another interesting idea.
Of course.
Go ahead, Kenny. Kenny, go ahead.
Okay. You have to be able to take your head out of your fucking arse and see certain objective facts in the world. And especially when it comes to like postmodernist ideology and how the postmodernists try and make everything is about your subjective experience and how you feel. That's absolute garbage. There's a video on YouTube that I'd like to show just now to inform the debate, and I want to hear people's feedback after the video.
Yes, as long as it's not illegal, we'll play.
That's not illegal. There's nothing in it that's bad. It's on YouTube.
Ahead, Kenny.
So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is it ready to press play?
Yes. Oh, you need to turn the sound on. It's muted.
Book first to everyone. It's called Explaining Postmodernism, and it's by a gentleman named Stephen Hicks. And you need to understand postmodernism because that's what you're up against, and you're up against it far more than you know or think. And it's a much more well-developed and pervasive, pernicious, nihilistic, intellectually attractive doctrine than has yet come to public realization. It absolutely dominates the humanities and increasingly the social sciences in the universities. And what's happening, you see, someone once said, who unfortunately I can't remember, it might have been Friedrich Nietzsche, said that everybody is the unconscious exponent of a dead philosopher. And fortunately, the postmodern philosophers, most of them are dead, so that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that their words aren't continually being spoken by people who are following in their wake, let's say. And it's not like any given person is absolutely possessed, say, by the spirit of postmodernism, because often they're not educated enough to know all the details about what it is that has them in their grip. But if you get 20 of them together and they're all 5% influenced by the postmodernist ethos, you basically have the spirit of the mob that's a mouthpiece for that particular philosophical doctrine. And if you understand the doctrine, then you understand why things are progressing the way that they're progressing. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the doctrine, because it's not optional to understand this. It's absolutely crucial to understand this. You can't underestimate the power of ideas and also the power of words, of course, because ideas are expressed in words. But you see, the postmodernists completely reject the structure of Western civilization. And I mean completely. So I can give you an example in one term. Jacques Derrida, who's head trickster for the postmodernist movement, regarded Western culture, let's call it the patriarchy, as phallogocentric. Okay, so phallo comes from phallus, P-H-A-L-L-O. And so that's the insistence that what you see in Western culture is the consequence of a male-dominated, oppressive, self-serving society. And we might say, well, you know, societies do tend to be self-serving and people in power do tend to act in their best interests, but a tendency is not an absolute, and that's one of the things that needs to be considered continually. There are no shortage of flaws in the manner in which we've structured our society. And compared to any hypothetical utopia, it's an absolutely dismal wreck. But compared to the rest of the world and the plight of other societies throughout the history of mankind, we're doing pretty damn well, and we should be happy to be living in the society that we're living in. So the first thing that you might want to note about postmodernism is that it doesn't have a shred of gratitude. And there's something pathologically wrong with a person who doesn't have any gratitude, especially when they live in what so far is the best of all possible worlds. And so if you're not grateful, you're driven by resentment. And resentment is about the worst emotion that you can possibly experience apart from arrogance. Resentment, arrogance, and deceit. There's an evil triad for you. And if you're bitter about everything that's happening around you, despite the fact that you're bathed in wealth, then there's something absolutely wrong with you. You know, the Black community in the United States is the 18th wealthiest community, 18th wealthiest nation on the planet. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't such a thing as relative poverty, and relative poverty matters. It's an important political economic issue, and it's very, very difficult to deal with. But absolute wealth matters too, and Western societies have been absolutely remarkable in their ability to generate and distribute wealth, as you can tell by just looking around and taking a brief bit of consideration for the absolute miracle that even a building like this represents. So you have to educate yourself about postmodernism. Okay, so here's what the postmodernists believe. They don't believe in the individual. That's the logos part. Western culture is phallogocentric. Logo is logos. That's partly the Christian word, but it's also partly the root word of logic. Okay, they don't believe in logic. They believe that logic is part of the process by which the patriarchal institutions of the West continue to dominate and to justify their dominance. They don't believe in dialogue. The root word of dialogue is logos again. They don't believe that people of goodwill can come to consensus through the exchange of ideas. They believe that that notion is part of the philosophical substructure and practices of the dominant culture. So the reason they don't let people who they don't agree with speak on campus is because they don't agree with letting people speak. You see, it's not part of the ethos. Okay, so what else do they believe and not believe? They believe that since you don't have an individual identity, your fundamental identity is group fostered. And that means that you're basically an exemplar of your race, hence white privilege, or you're an exemplar of your gender or your sex or your ethnicity, or you're an exemplar of however you can be classified so that you are placed in the position of victim against the oppressor, because that's the game. and it's a post-Marxist sleight of hand, right? The old Marxist notion was that the world was a battleground between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and that failed to have any philosophical or ethical standing. That argument, after the working class actually saw its standard of living massively elevated as a consequence of Western corporate democracy, Western free enterprise democracy, and also also as a consequence of the revelations of everything terrible that had happened in every bloody country that ever dared to make equity and the Marxist communist dogma part of their fundamental structure, right? And nothing but murderousness and oppression. And so by the 1970s, it was evident that that game was up. The postmodernist Marxists just basically pulled a sleight of hand and said, okay, if it's not the poor against the rich, it's the oppressed against the oppressor. We'll just redivide the subpopulations in ways that make our bloody philosophy continue in its movement forward, and that's where we're at now. And so for the postmodernists, the world is a Hobbesian battleground of identity groups. They do not communicate with one another because they can't. All there is a struggle for power. And if you're in the predator group, which means you're an oppressor, then you better look out, because you're not exactly welcome. And neither are your ideas. So that's what you're up against. I would say it's time for conservatives to stop apologizing for being conservatives. And you don't apologize to these people. That's a big mistake. Apology, they read apology as an admission of guilt. You don't apologize and you don't back down. You young people that are out there who are university students, you need to take over the student unions. You need to take them back, because they're absolute snake pits, and they have been since the 1990s. And with regards to the universities, I thought at one point that the best thing to do would be to cut their funding by 25% and let them fight amongst themselves for the remnants, because it would force the universities to decide exactly what's important and what isn't. So I would say the humanities and much of the social sciences has turned into a postmodern neo-Marxist playground for radicals. The scholarship is terrible. 80% of humanities papers aren't cited once. And so what that means is that they write papers for each other and they sell them to libraries, and that's how the publishers make their money. No one reads them, but the publishers can print them because the libraries have to buy them, and they're buying them with your tax money. And so all of you who are sitting here are funding a postmodern radical neo-Marxist agenda that has its roots in the university, and your tax money is going towards that. And if you want proof of that, you just go online and look at the websites, especially of disciplines like women's studies, which is pathological right to the core. But it's not just women's studies, it's all the ethnic studies groups. It's anthropology, it's sociology, it's social work, and most of all, it's education. And OISE, for example, in Ontario, is perhaps, apart from the Ontario Human Rights Commission, the most dangerous institution in Canada. It should be defunded. It's as simple as that. They don't do the research they purport to do. They're not interested in at all in education. They're interested in the indoctrination of people as young as...
Okay, we get it, Kenny. Do you want to add some commentary?
Jesus Christ, what a snooze fest.
Yeah, I knew you would be triggered by that, you gender-confused mangina.
I knew that was coming.
The thing is, Kenny, is that Peterson is talking about how great the West is when objectively it's immoral, and all of its wealth is dependent on exploitation of other countries who do not see any of the wealth that the West takes from them.
Okay, you keep on believing that if you want, then. Good luck to you, because you're going to need it.
Believing that.
Yeah, and also in that book that fucking in that book that Jordan Peters cited, that book called Immanuel Kant, a counter-enlightenment philosopher that is like the predecessor of postmodernism. That's like peak retardation from that author Stephen Hicks. I know about this scandal. Like, damn.
Yeah, I don't know, but I hear Jordan Peterson. He's talking about how great the West is, and he wants to talk.
Yeah, he's a retard. He's a bona fide retard.
I mean, he has some good points. The problem is he talks in word salads that are
word salads like 90% of the time. Like, it's just basic common sense of just actualize yourself. That like that has not been said over the past like hundreds of years. Like, come on, JP. Like, and he cries every time on camera about Israel and Jews. So it is what it is.
I mean, I don't mean to hate on him because his most basic philosophy of clean your room comes down to a lot of what the show's topic is today. Because cleaning your room, in his sense, is just knowing yourself, cleaning up whatever baggage of the past you might have developed in the past, or if you're a younger person, learning how to avoid that baggage because you're an organized individual. Your thoughts, your emotions,
But
and
like
your
that should be
actions
self-evident. Like that's
are in alignment.
nothing grander, Like I just don't see the appeal, because what he's saying is just like a more watered down version of what Friedrich Nietzsche is saying. Just read him and just ignore like JP. It's really easy to like do that,
The appeal to Jordan Peterson is that he presents Christian and conservative values from an empirical point of view. Because to me, Jordan Peterson does not really seem to believe in God.
Yeah, he's an atheist.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
an atheist.
I don't think I've ever heard him say whether he is or isn't, but based on the way I've heard him describe God, he thinks that believing in God is a good thing because it keeps society orderful. And that's his justification for religion.
Yeah, that's like
Am I right or am I wrong?
that's the most like basic obvious thing ever. Like David Hume and Thomas Hobbes were saying that in like the 17 and 1600s. Like that's not, and guess what? Both of those people were like non-Christians as well. So like it's not, to me, he's just the most unordinary thinker.
Oh, there's someone else here.
Yeah.
Good evening. Hello.
Dirty Lowlife, welcome, brother. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. I think you've been in the live chat, so you know what we're talking about. Would you like to give a brief commentary, a stream of consciousness, perhaps, on what you think people should know by the ages of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? Say what you want to say. The floor is yours.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I've been trying to answer your questions. Lots of good conversation so far. I find it a very difficult thing to answer. I get tripped up on words, particular words. The word should, I find really problematic. I agree there are some things you should learn, but the word should gets thrown about quite willy-nilly. What I came on to say is that I've basically been reflecting on what I've been taught when I was taught it, and I think the most important thing was probably given to me by my dad around 7, and I've been hearing that this idea of the 7-year cycle of your body being rebuilt, and the first 7 years you're essentially your mother's flesh, and after 7 you're your first own being that you've built yourself. Then that cycle continues, so you start puberty around 14, come out at about 21. So around 7ish, my dad said to me, there are no stupid questions. There are only people who will tell you you're stupid for asking questions. And understanding that I can ask anything, I have the power of the question itself, basically gave me the power to become autodidactic and teach myself whatever it is I want to come across. I then got battered by the school system and the education process that sort of forces that out of you. But the seed being planted of there is no invalid question to ask is a very liberating thing for the mind. So I found that to be a sort of seed that has grown all of the other questions in my life. So yeah, that's what I came on to say.
Interesting. It seems like you've lived a road less traveled than most of us, because you started this process early on because of what your father said to you.
One of my questions was going to be how many other people have been given something like that of you can ask the universe anything you like, that sort of prompt in life, and when did they come across it, if ever?
I think you're right. I think a lot of people are made to feel very stupid for asking questions. They're afraid of asking questions, which is kind of sad,
No,
right?
you should always ask questions. Always be skeptical of things. Always be skeptical of institutions, ideas themselves, concepts, and even worldviews. You know, be very meta about it. You know, look at formula. Yeah, huh?
Yeah, I was going to add to, and also to question what you think you are, and who you think you are, and why you think you are.
Yeah,
and all of those things, because that gives you then the freedom to actually create who you are, rather than just grow in basically the environment itself, you know, and have some hand on the tiller, as it were.
Of course, yeah. Well, I have a very nuanced view of the self. You know, I don't believe there's, as one of my core beliefs as of recently, is that there is no stable, fixed, permanent essence of self. But what I do believe in, I believe there are passions. There are types of like drives. You know, just like pure brutish, invisible forces that do drive our like psychology for like, you know, just like basic survival. And but survival can also mean beyond just like, you know, foraging food, and also a intellectual survival as well, from horrid ideas and horrid people and horrid agendas and horrid worldviews. You know, that's what I believe too. You know, I believe that there's some spark, to be a bit more metaphorical, you know.
And human beings have the ability to go past survival using empathy, logic, and intuition, which are things that animals don't have to the degree of human beings. Right? Because a lot of people
agreed.
I say that nature is the guide, and a lot of people will say things to go look at a Komodo dragon or watch like 5 of them eat a bison alive or something, and like, yeah, that's how we follow nature. And it's like, no, we're not the Komodo dragon. We're a human being. We have the capacity to recognize that this is an insufferable act. And not only that, the Komodo dragons aren't even doing that out of spite. They're doing it because that's just their way of surviving.
I don't think.
Sorry, guys. One second.
Moment, please. Quick announcement. Help support the show and keep it running by using the link pinned in the live chat. Thank you to those of you who have supported the show so far. I appreciate you. It really helps keep us going on our journey to finding Gnosis. Every little helps. Donate now if you can. Thank you.
That was nice, DNW. Yeah, people should donate.
Go ahead, Fatima.
What I was gonna say is that set, like, I can see your point. You think that there could be more than just basic survivalism. I say that. Well, there are tools. But I don't think those are like absolute like ways of like being human. I think that the basic bone of survivalism and like intuition, you know, is going to trump any logic or reason. And when it comes to empathy, I don't think half of the species has it, to be honest. You have to just have the right circumstance to have empathy. And even then, a lot of people will drop their empathy for like gain, you know. So I don't think empathy is as ingrained as humans would like to think it is. And on top of that, most people don't even cultivate it, because there was that one story about that one girl that was stabbed on the bus in America on camera, and like nobody came to save her. They were just watching her. So I don't think empathy is all that ingrained inside.
Here's the thing about empathy, okay? It's basically recognizing that you as an individual do not want certain things to happen to you. You recognize something like getting stabbed is an undesirable outcome because you're going to either end up in the hospital or even killed or something bad. So what people need to recognize is empathy is just basically recognizing that this does not only apply to you, right? This applies to everyone.
Yeah, but like it seems to me that like the species doesn't really follow that script half of the time. So that's why I don't take that point of view so strongly, because like they don't, you know, there's people who literally walk over people after shootings. Like I saw when I was 14, after like there was a shooting at a gas station from a helicopter, and like there was just people walking over the body and just going to their store and getting their snacks. I don't think it's that ingrained in
Thanks,
us.
Kenny, for the donation. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate you, brother, for that.
That's just
really
me,
good.
though. That's just me. But if you have like any other cases of where empathy is ingrained in humans, then
all it is just recognizing what is bad for you is bad for other people, and to let other people be. The reason that these sorts of things happen is because we live in an impersonal society that separates us through this collective thinking. It gets us associated with we're part of the state instead of we're human beings living on the earth.
Guys, look at Retro's comment there. And by the way, guys, anybody who's in the live chat, do come on. Links there under the video. I'll share it in the live chat as well. Do come on, join the conversation. It's good to mix and match thoughts in real time. And it makes for, a good session of deep thinking and learning, expanding our perspective. It's all good. By the way, Cougar, before I read this comment, Cougar made me laugh. He said, there might not be any stupid questions, but he has to deal with stupid people asking questions. There you go. Retro says, there's a comment there on screen for team if you want to read it from Retro. And guys,
all right,
maybe give
I'll read it for you.
Of this.
Okay. This is by Retro. By 10 years old, you realize your parents are barely capable. Religion is faked to make them feel better about sinning, beating kids, and their alcoholism 100% is to limit their and your growth. See you there. Oh, wow. Very, very vivid. Yeah, very like personal anecdote. Yeah, I can kind of agree with this. I didn't have this life, but like, of course, this kind of life and experience does exist, and it's quite common. Like,
The problem is that people have bad childhoods because a lot of people have bad parents. So they basically apply their childhood to everyone else and think that everyone's parents must be bad and that no one really has a shot. Right? And this is just a projection because humanity, every human being that is absolutely has the potential to pull themselves out of whatever situation that their parents may have put them in during their upbringing because of incorrect worldviews.
Zeno says, anyway, regarding the title, right now they think that most in the 20s and 30s are really lost on what to do. Exponential advancement in society over the past few years, a lot of fear around the place. It's easy to get overwhelmed. It's a unique time. I think this is one of the best comments of the show. I think this is one of the best comments of the show. We are living in strange times. It's a unique time. We're living in a time of polycrises. I mean, there's stuff being thrown at us from all over the place on the news. We're also living in a time where AI is on the rise. There's also a lot of people out there. The world, I mean, we 8 billion people or something? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of echo chambers. The algorithm is influencing people. People are going off into their little worlds of like-minded people thinking similar things. Maybe it's harder than ever to know what the fuck to do because we're also, confused. We're also overwhelmed, as Zeno says. And things don't look great, do they? In some ways. Obviously, some might say there's never been so much opportunity. That's another way of looking at it. But whether the negatives, whether the positives outweigh the negatives, I don't know. But maybe Kukaduma can come on and tell us, because I think this is one of the best comments. Guys, what do you think of what Zeno has just said?
I'd have to push back a little bit.
If I can.
You go ahead, Fasma.
Oh, no, the majority of them, but I'm not in I'm in my 20s and I don't think I'm lost. I already know what I want, I already know now the type of orientation on how to achieve my wants or like my desires might change, but like the core ideas and the core like wants and desires are there, and ideas. It's just that the form and orientation and technique to achieve them might change. Absolutely. One of my favorite philosophers, Wittgenstein, he changed a lot, but his core idea was to show humanity the fly out of the fly battle. And like, I've read both of his books, the Tractatus Logico Philosophicus and the Philosophical Investigations. They're both extremely different. The first one has like an ideal language theory that like language can be extremely precise and perfect, while the other one, the second one, is like, no, language all depends on use and context and like social change. So already very, very different concepts, but like he wants to show humans to not get tangled up in like intellectual and like theoretical knots that's usually found in like abstract of philosophy. And that and like his life really has like influenced mine, because like in his work too, his work and his life is just very, very fascinating and rich to me. It speaks to me on so many levels. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just pass a few comments myself.
What the?
Good timing.
Excuse me?
That was the little AI bot that's uncomfortable with awkward silence.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to I was waiting for a dirty.
Yeah, forgive me. Sorry, I lost concentration for a moment. Yeah, I was going to agree that I think a lot of people are lost, in particularly 20s and 30s. I think people are lost. I know I've been lost. I know I think I've been found, and then I wasn't, and then I've found myself again. So I think that's a very sort of convoluted and ever-present part of the human condition. The bit I want to push back on really is that times are different. I think there's the French saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I'll perhaps paint you a little allegory with the idea of the scrying mirror. And the scrying mirror is written in stories hundreds of years old. It's basically polished obsidian that creates a black mirror, which is where the name Black Mirror comes from. And the user would stare into the obsidian, into the black mirror, and become entranced and fall into a trance-like state. And then visions would appear in the black mirror, and they'd be informed by these visions of the spiritual realm. And now we have these mobile phones that are black mirrors that we stare into and fall into a trance and get visions from a spiritual realm that informs about the world. So I'm just trying to paint a picture, but I think the scenery and the set and the story of the play has changed a lot, but the means by which the play is unfolded hasn't really changed. So I think the problem remains the same, even though the flavor of it has changed quite substantially.
Fatima, Zeno is curious about you, saying you know what you want, and that you're in the right position to get there. Do you have a stable job in a career ladder you can climb, a business or a hustle? I mean, they're relating it to your finances. Your career path. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I don't worry about like finances too much, because I know that they're printing money every day, and I know that I don't want too many things, and like materialistic gain is not one of them. And I do not value hustle culture at all. That's not in my realm of thought. What I want is different from like 98% of the population. That is, I just want inner intellectual tranquility and a very Spartan lifestyle. I don't need too many things, too much money, partly because I don't plan to have a family of my own for reasons. So yeah, that's just what I want, and that seems very, very lofty for a lot of people. And I don't care what they think. I don't care if they think I should want more or strive more, if I'm missing out on life. Whenever I say this to people, they get almost confused, as if a person like me, my age, should want more, when I'm no, I just want enough. I don't care to be hustling and fucking grinding, as they say. That's for like, to me, like just plebes.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Guys, Grazie's in the chat. He's asking a lot of questions. Grazie, you say you're not in a fit state to come on. Maybe you could let your wife speak for you. You could sit. You could. Usually it's you on camera. Maybe you let your wife join. You can sit back and direct her from the armchair while she sits on the sofa and speaks her mind and perhaps your mind. Maybe that's a way of doing it, Grazie, because we would like to hear from the Grazie bunch.
Yes.
ASAP. Yeah.
I like Grazie,
I
you
would
know?
like to comment on people being lost and the reason that I think people are lost. So I asked the AI what the founding fathers would think of the fact that Elvis Presley and people like him is basically the lasting legacy of their nation, right? And not only that, but people like him were basically called the king by the people themselves. And they would basically consider, the AI said that they would consider this nation a failure, and they would seriously reconsider how they restructure the Constitution, likely to make it less free for the people, because in their idea of freedom was service to the community and making sure that everyone could get by in a way so that they could live their best life. That was service to the community in their minds. But when people like these rock stars come along and they're basically going on about the people idolize them, essentially. And so they get fixated on them, because that's what idolatry is. You're idol on one thing, and they begin to worship entertainments instead of becoming the individuals that the founders of the nation envisioned them to be, which is responsible people who look at entertainment as a craft to be respected rather than something to be worshipped through idolatry. So when we idolize people like this, we are essentially giving our freedom to a dream which never comes. And essentially, people like Elvis are the king of the workforce, because he was a poor person who got worked to death, essentially. And his goal or his job was to sell people the American dream, which is basically that you can sustain yourself and you can have the house and you can have the cars and you can have this if you just put in the work. And, now we're at a point where, like Fatima said, they're printing so much money that the so-called security they provide for our work isn't as secure nearly as it was 50 years ago or even 100 years ago. And it's just progressively getting less secure. So basically, we worked for nothing, right? The American dream was a lie. And not only this, like Elvis, I would say that the American people fail to repent and reflect on why they are in the position they are in and change their ways. So in order to know ourselves, we have to understand why we're in the position we are. And I'd say that's a big part of the reason is because we're fixated on idols.
Yeah, I can kind of agree. There's a lot of false idols. Yeah, I can agree with that, false idols. Yeah, like I hate like mainstream pop culture. I hate the entertainment industry. I do. Like I like some things about it. Like I like mainly indie films from all over the world, and of course like Japanese media. I watch a lot of Godzilla, Gamera, and anime. Yeah. Like Japan makes up like 90% of like the media I can see.
Yeah, because they feel these like an actor, right? They're acting out a script that they did not write. So they're essentially getting paid to be like to play pretend or to be like a robot that you input the script into them and they act it out. And so the people see this and they're seeing the script acted out, and basically it's programming people subconsciously to accept certain things as reality. And when they do this, because everything is scripted on TV, it doesn't matter if it's a movie or if it's the news, they can easily blur the lines between reality and fiction. And this is another reason people don't know themselves, is because people don't know what's true. And this is even an objective of the CIA. I don't remember which one of them said it, but you know.
Well, yeah, Operation Mockingbird, I believe, to make people disoriented and confused with like media, to like make them believe in false worldviews. Yeah, that's been known for ages. Yeah, that's very common. That happened in the 1960s. That's why a lot of these classic rock bands like Jim Morrison, The Doors, Frank Zappa, their family had ties to the military industrial complex and individualism, hyper individualism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a form of predictive programming, because like for example, like I like science fiction, but because I'm aware of mythology and the occult, I understand sci-fi's role in society. And it's basically to prepare people for the age we are in now, when they are releasing AI and they are making UFOs declassified after they've gaslit the public for 70 years saying that they're not real. But it's not only that, they want to get people thinking that there are aliens out there flying around in these craft, when actually that's not what it is. All the saucers that we think of as saucers, they're all made by people. It's all taken from German scientists from World War II.
Yes, absolutely.
And they just basically advanced this technology, and then they got people thinking that it's aliens. But really,
Project
it's just
Bluebeam. Yeah, Project Bluebeam.
Ancient Aryan technology is what it is.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Project Blue Balls.
Project Blue Balls. Yeah. Project Bluebeam. Yeah. It's just to make the people scared, confused, and to be in line with a type of militaristic narrative to shield them from asking questions. Yeah.
What do you, given the topic of the show, before we kind of open up and talk about other matters, let's quickly go back to the topic of the show. And the final question I suppose we could ask is, what do you feel you would like to know? What do you think you would like to know before you go? And by go, I mean leave this mortal realm.
Coil? Yeah, mortal coil. What do I like to know? Well, I'm a firm believer that there's something.
What would you like to know ultimately, given your life experience? What would you ultimately like to know? What would be, good to know before you leave?
I guess I want. That's a very good question, because I believe that human knowledge is very finite. I'm a skeptic of like the human capabilities to like know beyond our own skulls. But what I can say for sure is that I hope that one day, because I do plan to write a book, or like at least make like a type of memoir when I die. So I guess one thing I could say is that, like, I hope like after my death, people look to my life and say that, wow, they were trying to be pure about themselves. They had like a type of set duty to uphold, to be true to what they want to believe in. And yeah, I think that's a good way of viewing it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Set scales, would you have an answer for that? What would you ultimately like to know before you go?
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure. I could go on about, how accurate are my worldviews. That would really be it. But even then, all that matters is, did I align with the eternal principles the best way I could? And am I going to die with as little regret as possible? Because that's what it's all about. It's accepting who you are and knowing that you lived your best life. Because I'd say all other external information after you die about this world is irrelevant.
Wow, that was good. I like that one. Pristine, we'll go to you next. What would you ultimately like to know before you go? You are muted, by the way. She may not be with us. She may have stepped to get coffee or something. She does that sometimes. Okay, Dirty Lowlife, can you save us? What would you ultimately like to know before you go?
Yeah, I resonate with what Scales just said. Knowing's lovely. It's nice to know things. I enjoy knowing things and finding things out and playing with what I know and what I don't know. But yeah, ultimately it's of this realm, and really I want to continue to bear witness. And well, I don't know how else to say it other than just truly see that which is, and I mean it at the point of death, to remain the witness of the experience rather than be lost in the storytelling, if that makes sense to anyone.
Yeah, I get it. It's about your subjective experience and how was your subjective experience relevant to the objective reality that you're experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, mine was more like about like a personal ballistic thing, but yeah, it worked out for me.
Care Bear says, honestly, it would be nice to know what a healthy relationship actually feels like, but it doesn't define her every day. She's focusing on how to be the best self she can be. Well, good luck to you with that.
I think
I do hope you find out what a healthy relationship is. That would be the icing on the cake, I suppose. Good luck to you.
If I may, DNW, Care Bear just
go ahead.
make me realize that I've only recently realized that the best relationship to practice is the one you have with yourself. You're the one you're going to spend all your time with, so that is the relationship to learn with, and it doesn't rub up against other people doing so.
Well said,
Yeah,
brother.
best of luck.
Yeah. Zeno says it's sad we cannot know all that we really should be able to know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that is sad, but it's also realistic. Yeah, you can't know everything, so yeah, it's kind of sad. But also, what should matter is like action and like movement, and that can mean like a variety of things to anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'm just going to take a moment. I'm just going to share the X. There's a Finding Gnosis is also on X, which used to be Twitter, and it does go live there on Spaces. So if you want to just chill out there, sometimes I've shared the link. You can give Finding Gnosis a follow there, and sometimes there's people there in a space chilling out. It's a different place.
Yes.
Maybe it's a different vibe sometimes. So yeah, just an option for you. If you have the Twitter app, you don't have to watch it. There's no cameras. It's literally just audio. So it's a different vibe. So I've shared it in the chat. If you want to follow Finding Gnosis on X, and you can perhaps participate in upcoming X spaces there. Okay. Are You Puking says relationship with yourself. Yep. Very difficult, but very important. Yeah. Much difficult, but very important. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have a good relationship with yourself, I mean, I wouldn't say good, because I think a relationship includes both bad and good, and that includes towards yourself. If you don't have a relationship to yourself, you really can't do much of anything, in my opinion, you know. And like, yeah, like, and if you don't have any, like, you can have positive thoughts about yourself, but if you're not, in my opinion, autocritical of yourself, I don't think you're gonna have a very good judgment of like the world around you, you know. Yeah, autocriticism to me is very important, you know. That's why I'm very careful with my words for most of the time, and like I prefer to like
yeah. Gracie, you can come on now if you want. Gracie's asking if we do metacognitive IQ friendly days at all. Yeah, come on now if you want to.
Metacognitive.
Kenny says you cannot have a good relationship with yourself if you deny yourself.
That can mean a lot of things, and it's coming from him. So, yeah, I know his intent.
Build bridges, don't bomb them, Fatima.
Yeah, I think there's truth in what he says, though.
Like to elaborate on that, Dirty Lowlife?
Yeah, I suppose it depends what he means by yourself and denying yourself. But in the way I interpret it, denying yourself the freedom to be and to do and to experience things is denying yourself the material to reflect upon yourself and actually learn who you are. Yeah, not that there's a particular set of experiences that you need to have or anything, but I don't know, you confine yourself to a certain way of life before you've even looked on the other side of the fence, you know, because of the imagined world out there.
Yeah, of course. I think it's important to actually have some form of self-doubting and self-skepticism towards yourself, because you could be doing something that you later turned out to be like an orientation or like a type of technique that later turned out to be actually holding you back, or like not so sufficient enough to make your progress go. So yeah, I believe that being autocritical is very important, and some people would interpret it as a form of self-denial. I wouldn't say that, but if they want to use the language, sure, it's fine, because there a lot of spiritual traditions actually value self-denial, you know, the denial of yourself for higher goals. But I don't follow that. I follow that just being critical of yourself is good, because if you can do that, I think you have a good better structure of judgment of others and out of the world around you, which I think you need a lot of.
Yeah, I agree, because one reason that I do agree is growing up, we're exposed to so many biases that it's impossible that you're not going to believe things that are wrong. So you have to really analyze and ask, you know, what is it that I think that is wrong? So this is where it comes in to analyze yourself and align your perception with reality more so. Because
thank
you know,
for that. Kenny's back. Kenny's back, guys. Kenny, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I think something else that's very important to know is to know what tune this is, who it was by, and which 80s comedy it appeared in.
I'm sorry, what was that? Are you muted?
He's whistling. What the hell? What?
Well, I don't know. I felt like I misheard what he said anyway. It sounded like he said something about an atheist comedy.
No, 80s comedy. That's what he said.
80s comedy.
Oh.
Yes, 80s comedy. Yeah, and then
Anyone guess?
I started to whistle.
We couldn't hear
Nobody
you.
knows what tune that is, or who it was by, or what comedy it appeared in?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So the tune is called Red River Rock by Johnny and the Hurricanes, and it appeared in Planes, Trains and Automobiles with John Candy and Steve Martin. There we are.
Those aren't pillows.
What the hell was that all about? You start to just whistle.
That's one of the best.
Objective
That's one of
ethics is here, guys. Good to have you here,
I
brother.
I was just helping
What would you
Kenny
like to
out
say?
there. I was just helping Kenny out there. That's one of the funniest lines in all of comedy. Hey, where's your hand at? In between these two warm pillows? Those aren't pillows.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that film, so I wouldn't know. Planes,
Oh
Trains,
my
and
God, you
Automobiles.
got. No, I don't
Yeah.
want to ruin it for you, but yeah, it's fucking hilarious, dude. You can only guess where his hand is at. These two guys are sharing a bed together at a hotel because there's only one bed. John Candy
Oh, okay.
and Steve Martin or whatever his name is, and they wake up in the morning and John Candy, Steve Martin looks over and he goes, "Where's your hand at?" And John Candy goes, "In between these two warm pillows."
The only other
fucking
80s
jokes.
comedy I like would be Spaceballs, and John Candy is also in that, right? He's in
He is in
Spaceballs, right?
that. That's
Yeah.
right. Let's calm the desert. Let's calm the desert. Yeah, that's a classic, brother. No, Caddyshack would have to be at the top of my list, but
Caddyshack,
at any rate,
yeah.
no, I was just trying to help Kenny out there, make him feel very validated. But as far as the question you guys are asking, it's a great question. I think the one thing I'd like to know is how close did I come to being the man that I really think that I am? You know, do I have really honest and accurate self-reflection or not? You know, that'd be kind of interesting to know because we think
Interesting,
about
yeah.
ourselves. We think about ourselves in one light, and I think sometimes some of us tend to think more highly of ourselves than we really ought to, and some of us are too hard on ourselves. Right? We don't give ourselves enough credit. So that'd be interesting to know.
Mm.
How
does
much
one go about gauging that?
potential did you meet? How did you get to? You know, how much of your potential in life did you achieve? That would be nice to know.
Exactly. Absolutely.
So yeah, well, other than that, objective ethics, I know it was just a conversational icebreaker, and there aren't really good answers, but you can speculate on it. Do you have anything to say about the topic of the show? What people should know by, for example, age 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, etc.?
I don't know if I could put. I mean, those are interesting demarcations. I don't know. I'd have to put a lot of thought into
They're
that to
very
really give it.
specific
Yeah, it
demarcations.
is.
Just
Very, very
arbitrary. It's
specific.
just conversational starters. It's it's I could have picked 7. I could have picked 7, 18, 21, 25, you know. I mean, you don't have to pick those ages. You could say, what should a school leaver know? What should somebody in their mid-20s know? What should somebody at mid-30s? What should somebody at 50 know?
Yeah, that's kind of how I was thinking of it. Is more of a broad because I don't think anybody could say. I mean, maybe they could, but who could say? Well, at 10 years old, I should have known this. You know, that kind of seems pretty crazy. But I do think that there are things that as we mature, you know, from childhood to adolescence to adulthood, I think there are things that we want to have a grasp on as we start to learn how to navigate the world. You know, the first thing, I don't know. I'd have to give that some thought. I'll listen to what you guys have. Has anybody? I just tuned in, so I don't know what everybody else has said already.
Oh, we're jaded now. We've said a lot about that kind of stuff, so
Yeah,
we're
we
kind of
did.
moving to more open waters now and allow
Yeah.
people to say whatever they want about anything. But Fatima, would you like to say anything to objective ethics on the topic?
Oh yeah, objective ethics. I just said that, you know, I think that the question is kind of like because I'm very skeptical about like human knowledge itself. I think it's very finite. So like, what should people know by age like 10 to 40? It's like it's already pretty vague because human life is very fluid and very, very unpredictable itself. So like I couldn't give him a clear answer, and I just said that it really depends on the person. You know, it depends on their circumstances, their environments, the culture they grew up in, their preconceived notions and concepts and conceptions they were born into. You know, they can grow out of those, but I think there's going to be some type of latch over from those things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really. I think that's good insight, Fatima. As usual, I find you to be extremely intelligent. You're probably one of the smartest people that ever comes on these panels. To be honest with you, you're very humble too. You don't interject and talk over people, and so a lot of times you kind of get left in the, you know, kind of in the back there, but every time you say something, I always find myself saying, man, this person is so well read, has a very balanced view on things. So I've always been very impressed with you.
Yeah,
But
of course. Yeah,
I do think
I'm
that.
just. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, like at my core, I'm like a philosophical, a skeptic at my core, in the vein of like a David Hume and a Philo. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think philosophy, I like what Plato said, the world should be run by philosophers. Or
Yeah.
society, I guess. Society should be run by philosophers. The philosopher king, right?
I disagree. I absolutely disagree with Plato because he basically wants a society where everyone acts like robots and does whatever the philosopher says.
Yeah, he
because
was
the
a
philosopher knows better than
proto-fascist
anyone
in
else.
some way. Yeah.
Yeah, before the Romans translated his book, it was actually called The Regime, The Republic.
The regime. Yes, that was true.
Who was, I think it might have been Cicero who did that. I could be wrong. But they did that as a propaganda stunt just to make Plato seem more Roman than he actually was. But the point is that, I think that the role of the philosopher should be to make the people self-sufficient so that they don't need the philosopher king because they know what's right from wrong on their own.
Of course. Oh yeah, I would actually, for one, I kind of half agree with you, Seth, because for once, I am certainly not a Platonist in terms of like metaphysics or politics, but but with that being said, like I do naturally believe that a leader will reflect his people. So like I think that the best way to view it, the best way to be is that a strong state is needed, and just the bare survival of like the group is all that matters. Like there is no there could be there could be something like an ideology that like unifies people, but it just has to be a very like irrational thing, because to me politics is inherently irrational. Yeah, I think Giovanni Gentile said that. You should. Yeah, he's a very good thinker too.
Well, I agree with what you said about, I think what you were alluding to anyway, at least what I was hearing you say just a moment earlier, is that, there's so many things as we get older in life and we look back on things that we thought we knew or we thought we understood, and we realize how incorrect we were, or how, even though we might have been the correct thought, we realized that we had the improper motivation, improper goals and things of that nature, unhealthy goals. And the other thing is, I think also what you're alluding to and is true, is that we're constantly being flooded with new information. And so we have to continuously go back over things that we previously thought and really revalue them and reanalyze them and say, was I even on the right track? So I don't know if we ever say, okay, well, at 10 years old, I should have known this, or at 20 years old, I should have known this. I don't know if that really can apply, because at 40 years old, you can look back at what you knew when you were 10 and realize, oh, you know what, they figured out the earth isn't flat, or whatever it might fucking be. You know what I mean? And we have to reevaluate these things constantly. And that process never ends, because we're constantly, until the day we die, receiving new information.
Right. And not only that, reality, which is what truth is everything that's ever happened and everything that's currently happening. This is so large compared to what we experience that it is impossible to know everything. All we can do is take what pieces we have to try, or the pieces that we've gathered from the experiences we've had in lives, and try to use these pieces to forge a better future through the present. But we have to remember that all we have is the present. But we use the present and the past to influence the future, essentially. And all this is just perceiving different parts of reality, which means that because you're perceiving a part of reality here, there's a whole lot of other things that you aren't perceiving that are going on around you that could influence how you would live your life. So essentially, this comes down to reevaluating yourself, because none of us have the complete picture as well.
I think one more interesting thing that just occurred to me, because I just logged on, so I didn't even really know the flow of the conversation, and I'm a little bit behind. But I think as I'm thinking about this more, there are those of us. There's two kinds of people in the world. There are some people who are actively trying to make the world a better place for everybody, and there are other people who are just trying to get by, do their own thing or whatever. And so for those of us who are literally trying to make a positive impact on the world, it'd be very interesting after you're dead and gone to find out, did you actually succeed in any way to having that positive impact? Because we think about somebody like a Dr. Martin Luther King, for example, the influence that he had in the world. He was a great man when he was alive, but I don't think it could be argued that the impact he had on the world was so much more significant after his assassination. And he would never have had an opportunity to know that. Gandhi, somebody like that, some of these great leaders, maybe the Buddha. I mean, even Jesus, if there was a Jesus at all, it's looking back, at these different characters, they're robbed of the opportunity, because if you're really successful and you are going to have an impact that's going to change the world, it's going to take so long, possibly even millennia, for those changes to really start to show themselves, and a person will never see that in their lifetime. So it would be interesting to be able to know on your deathbed, hey, you know what, don't worry, the seeds you planted are going to grow into this beautiful garden, or whatever it might be.
This is I don't know how many Gnostics think this, but this is a Gnostic view that I've heard. They said it's all about planting seeds in the material world and watching them grow in the spiritual world. And I think that there's some truth to that, because in other traditions like Native American teachings, the remembrance of the ancestors is important, because it's thought that the ancestors are guiding us. So that would mean that essentially, because we're going to become ancestors one day, potentially, we will be looking down on our kin, or maybe if you don't have kin, maybe if you're like a philosopher, you would have more of mental children who follow after your thinking. So in that sense, you would look down and see the seeds that you planted. If we are to accept these teachings, that is, which I personally do. I think that they are onto something, and a lot of times, right.
Well, there's this idea, and it was really prevalent in ancient history. I don't know that people think this way as much anymore. Some people certainly still do, but I think it's not so common anymore. But there was this belief that having children was very important, because carrying on your name was essentially a way of extending your own life. Even though people knew that physical life was finite, there was this continuation. And we see that there's a theory that information never goes away, right? So if we spread ideas and develop ideas and spread those even after we're gone, it's a way of kind of still continuing our existence just through the ideas that we spread. Kind of like these seeds you're talking about planting. You plant the seed, you're gone, and the seed continues to grow and flourish. Our ideas can do the same thing, and it's a way to kind of live forever.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And it also goes into how Christians and Gnostics view God, because God is said to have spoken life and the earth into being. So essentially, we are living in the after effects of God's words. So the same way you just said, our ideas, which are spoken through our words, or even potentially written down in word, live on in the after effects of people's minds in a similar way to us living in the after effects of God's word. So essentially, the word is our logos, and we are using it to influence the world by creating ripples. The same way you would throw a rock in the river, as Jesus is defined, or equated to the rock. So when you throw a rock in the river, and this world is equated to the water in Genesis, you're going to create ripple effects, which are going to affect the river. And we are living in the ripple effects of Jesus Christ through Christianity. And we're living in the ripple effects of Martin Luther King Jr. through civil rights, or a lot of people who you could mention who aren't even activists. You know, like we're living in the ripple effects of just our parents and the community who raised us, for example.
Yeah, this is how a lot of Eastern theologies, philosophies, whatever you want to call it, the concept of karma. You know, you drop a pebble in the pond, and those ripple effects go out, and they come back, and they go out, and they come back, and stuff like that. So it's really, when you're spreading positive or negative energy, the rock sinks to the bottom and doesn't even realize how much those ripples have spread out, that positive or negative effect, just like that ripple does. And so,
Yeah, matter of fact, OE actually in Hinduism, one of the analogies for the ultimate reality, Brahman, is a drop in a pond. We're all just ripples of the ultimate absolute reality. That's Brahman, and everything else is just a ripple effect of Brahman, such as its avatars, the world, our sensations, even the evil demons are all just ripple effects of the same absolute reality in Brahman.
I'm actually a big fan of Spinoza and his
substantialism. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ethics. That's his main work. It's called the Ethics, right? Yeah.
I don't know, but I like him because he's going to tell you that everything is conscious and everything is of God, which is absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think I don't remember his stance on individualism, but I remember being against it. But I don't remember what it was, so I'm not going to comment on it. But
I think he generally championed individualism because he believed that everything in the end eventually will come back to the source, that is God. That because in his view, in Spinoza's view, God is a nature. So like a man can do whatever he wants, but ultimately he'll always come back to God. Yeah, he's very radical, and in that he didn't believe in good and evil. In fact, some people say that Spinoza is the proto Nietzsche, because he said that everything is in God, including the good and the bad inside nature. Because inside nature you see beauty, but you also see predators and parasitism. But he said, but the thing is that all of that just comes back to God in the eyes of Spinoza. So like a man can like act as what any way he wants it, but he still come back to him. And that's why Spinoza is called a hard determinist in that sense. It's a very like hard determinist point of view, because no matter what, you'll always be within God and you always come back to God, because God is equated with the universe and nature itself, existence itself. It's like pantheism. That's like the source of it.
Well, the problem with that is, if we all return to God, are we individuals or are we just God? This is the problem, right? Because if we are really individuals, then we will be individuals forever, eternally. There will be none of this rejoining to God and becoming one consciousness again. Because if that was the case, we were never individuals ever. Right. So this is monism, which basically states that the one will collapse back into, or the all will collapse back into the one.
Yes, Spinoza was a monist. He was a very extreme monist, but I believe that in certain readings he can be known as like a monist, but with like an asterisk, a type of a pluralist, because if everything comes from the source, then everything is already tied to it. So there could be differences within side the source because it's already happening. I believe that's what he said, that there could be multiplicity within the source, which is everything, and that's all part of the nature of reality or of God, because he equated God with reality itself, existence itself. So I believe that's where he was going with, yeah.
Well, I would say that there is a multiplicity of source, and I would actually say that the Christians are right when they say it's a trinity, but for the wrong reasons. And it's right there in the first 3 verses of the Bible, Genesis 1, 2, and 3, first 3 verses, where it says God created the heavens and the earth. Now, really, there is no creation because everything's eternal. So in creation would imply that it's just coming out of nowhere. Like, poof, now there's a heaven and earth. No, these things were eternal. So essentially, what the Gnostics will say is that God split itself, and this made the heavens and the earth, or
Yeah.
the order and the chaos.
So God had to break himself into parts, essentially, right?
Yes.
Ooh.
So it's two parts. It's 2 parts connected by a magnetic force, essentially. Okay. So part 1 is the chaos, which is described in Genesis 2, which is the water. The water is where the potential is, and the water is still until a force acts upon it. And within the stillness of the water is all potential. This includes like all the choices that you could have made in your life exist all at once, but you exist within a particular you exist within a particular set of variables that dictate your life as a fixed path. But the fixed path could have gone any way, and all this exists at once. Then there's the spirit, which flows above the water, which is the force which brings the voice, which is after the spirit, that floats above the water. It says God then said, let there be light. And then the light came to the water through the spirit, and this is what generated the motion or the ripples in the water for the first time. So this is the multiplicity of God at work. It's chaos coming together with order through the spirit. Order is the word, chaos is the water, and the spirit is the magnetism or the force which voluntarily bridges these forces together.
Oh, so you believe that, but you still hold the idea that God has actually split himself into parts in order to create our world, right? In order to create reality. Is that correct?
Yes, we exist in a realm of chaos and order, and we as human beings are the magnetism which bridges these forces together.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to, yeah, that's a very radical way of viewing things. Now it's not so much. It's been developed. But I know you don't believe in conventional history, but I think for the majority of human recorded history is that the view of God is that God is a holy, divine and simple being. Parts can exist inside him, but God himself could never ever be debased into parts. And that's a view shared by Aristotle, Aquinas, Augustine, Saint Asalam of Canterbury. They essentially say that God is wholly simple and a divine, and parts can be his creation can be broken into parts, but he himself or God itself can never be broken into parts because he's wholly beautifully simple and a divine. That's a concept called a divine simplicity. Yeah.
The problem with Aristotle is when he's saying this, that it can be broken into parts, is that he's saying this from an empirical perspective, right? So if we go back to what I was saying earlier about how we can only experience so much of the world, well, what Aristotle is basically saying is only what we can measure and describe is what is important.
Oh yeah, he
He's
did say that. Yeah, because his philosophy, Aristotle, was a response to Plato, who believed that pure reason and rationality and intuition, and just basic, like, I want to say, mystical experiences could guide us. Well, Aristotle, he wanted that, but he wanted that to be explained within naturalistic ways, or like empirical ways. That's why he's considered the father of science in the West. You know, Aristotle is considered the father of biology, chemistry, physics. Yeah, even though some of his ideas have been like not been in use anymore because we found other ways of viewing the world, he's still considered the forerunner of like of science in the West.
I'm saying his ideas weren't very good
Oh,
for the West or us, because
really?
they got us focused on empiricism when there are things beyond empiricism. You see, Aristotle is focused on what can we measure and see, and the pre-Socratics were focused on what is reality, right? And they pretty much forgot about that. Like Plato, I don't really think he understood Parmenides or Heraclitus, because he tries to merge them by saying we live in the world of Heraclitus and the world of Parmenides is way over there beyond us.
Okay.
And yeah, this is just a problem.
Oh yeah. Oh no, like what you just said reminds me of a kind of not exactly one-to-one, but almost similar to what Heidegger said about like the history of Western philosophy. He said that the pre-Socratics had something. They had the question of being intact, but it wasn't until like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle kind of ruined that for everyone else, because they became worried about like other distractions besides like the main debate that Heidegger saw very essential. That was the debate of being and becoming. That was in the pre-Socratics with Heraclitus and Parmenides. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And the West, they will claim, from what I can tell, the West seems to be more on the Parmenides side, but the way that they actually conduct civilization implies a far more Heraclitean worldview, because they're basically we're trying to force nature to support this synthetic world, for example, right? So this is already forcing being to become something it's not.
Okay. So that's where your issue with like I guess modernity comes in, is that it's trying to force being to become something it can never become. Is that correct?
That's part of it, but I would say my fundamental issue with modernity is that it's just a continuation of the same traditions since the time of Mesopotamia. The only thing that's really changed is technology, and this gives people an illusion of progress. But in reality, all we're doing is just making the old ways more complex.
Making the old ways more complex. Oh, okay. So, so there's like a sense of like lost simplicity within like the ancients. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, like people like Herodotus, for example, who break like the great historian who writes about mythology, and he breaks up history into ages: the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Age of Heroes, and then the Iron Age. So basically, like when he's talking about the Golden Age, he's talking about a time when everyone is a god. And the reason that everyone is a god is because everyone is basically in control of their own life, because no one really knows the difference between right or wrong. Like the Bible implies that mankind was innocent at one point. Everyone was basically living a life where freedom was maximized. The only thing that people had to answer to was nature itself. And nature was demanding, but nature is honest. And as the ages went on, as we developed our technique, and also in conjunction with cataclysms, humanity basically went on a path of involution and became dependent on technique which provided them surplus as opposed to actually living with the environment in a symbiotic fashion.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just asking questions because I think like even though I don't agree with like your worldview, it's very interesting how you go back to the pre-Socratics for like reference, because like the thing about me is that like I think that the majority of Western philosophy is also kind of like BS, but I take it in like another way. But like I do believe that some pre-Socratics and some lesser known Greek philosophers and Roman philosophers, like one of my favorites would be Philo the skeptic, and Lucretius. He wrote on the nature of things. I think those people should be read more than like Aristotle or Plato. I'm not saying that their works are bad, or Plato or Plato. No. Well, to some they could be, seen as like a distraction, as Heidegger said. But I still think they had some ideas, because we're still like using like a logic as the way Aristotle laid out, though like I'm starting to think now in my more radical and skeptical years of philosophy that like logic doesn't really help us like save us from ourselves anymore, especially nowadays. So yeah.
I actually think that when you guys are talking about Aristotle and you mentioned logic, I actually think that I have a bit of an outside view on that. I think that I believe more in like, I guess you call it like metaphysical naturalism.
Yeah,
I believe that mathematics, that numbers and logic are necessarily a priori phenomenon that basically bridge the gap between our subjective personal experiences and the objective reality, that the world conforms to math and logic as opposed to simply being a language that we use to understand the world.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Actually, I wouldn't say I'm a metaphysical a naturalist. I would say I'm like a metaphysical skeptic, because like I don't know what's lying underneath human ontology. Like I don't know if there's one, two. Maybe I could be considered a ontological pluralist. Like there's more than like 3 or 4 substances, but at the end of the day, I don't truly know. But that's closest to my view, so that's why I remain like an ontological skeptic, or like agnostic on it. Yeah.
I just think it seems to be so incredibly unlikely. Now, granted, this is an argument from ignorance. It's an argument from incredulity, which is a fallacy. So I'm not trying to make this an official argument, but it just does seem, as an observation, to be so extremely unlikely that we would have just so happened to have found in mathematics to discover this perfect way that happens to conform completely to every single piece of reality in the objective world. It's just so unlikely that we would have figured that out unless mathematics was fundamental a priori.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do agree with that too. I do agree with like with that view of like mathematics as a relation of ideas. And a relation of ideas to me is there can be no contradiction. I agree, but like I don't think, the way that I kind of see it is that, like, I don't think mathematics is anything else but like a regulator and a descriptor of the world. Yeah, that's just me though. That's called like regulatory theory. That's like a very common theory in philosophy, and that like these things that we find, like laws, are just that, laws. They're not telling us anything more pointing towards like more ontological or metaphysical certainty, because whenever we try to do that, we come up with like 20 other theories about it. This is like my own meta of philosophy. That's why I remain like a humble skeptic of it all, because like regulatory theory just seems to be the place where I am now. Who knows? Maybe in the future, both the sciences and the philosophers could come together finally and achieve something. but I don't think that's the case as of current era. Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying when you talk about laws, but like pi, for example, is not just a law. It seems to be a fact, a brute fact.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say objective ethics. I don't think maths is inherent. I think it's geometry. Geometry is principle in the universe, and maths is derived from the geometry. So I agree in the sense that it's not a language of our invention. It's simply a reflection of that which is.
Yeah, I've got no reservations about that. I think that's an excellent way of describing it.
I don't deny that math tells a lot of truth, but the only problem I have with it is that it will, or it seems to have, in mathematicians and scientists who are tasked with using math to decipher the world, they become very detached from the experience of the regular human.
Yeah, they do. I agree with that. Yeah.
It's because they begin to quantify everything, and when you're quantifying things, you're basically writing it down on a piece of paper, you're putting it in the computer somewhere, and you're sitting down and you're looking at numbers instead of actually living it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for putting that into words. Said again, I finally found like another common convergence here with you is the fact that yeah, like I don't think it's good to like actually abstract everything into like numerals, because like there is the brute fact of just pure experience. To me, experience is very important. I'm more empirical in my philosophy. If there was a debate between like the rationalist and the Epicurist, I would be leaning towards Epicurist, even though Immanuel Kant wanted to bridge the two, but I think he kind of failed in like the long run, because like we don't use his ideas too much, because like Euclidean geometry has been broken. Now there's non-Euclidean geometry. Immanuel Kant said that there can only be Euclidean geometry, and that's who I conceived space time with. But like we don't follow. There's other ways to do geometry now besides doing the Euclid way. So there's that. But yeah, still,
I mean, that might just be a way of the function of the way the brain works naturally, because when we talk, qualia, if we understand qualia to the point to where we can start to make predictions, calculations around qualia, then it just opens the door to either another question, which makes us uncomfortable because now there's something we don't know, or we end up at what we just consider to be a brute fact, which also makes us uncomfortable.
I don't know why. I don't know why the concept of brute facts would like make people uncomfortable. Like I believe the existence of the universe is just a brute fact. Like I don't see any like I guess existential quandaries over that, other than my own human life, which is filled with uncertainty. Huh?
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think for naturalists. Oh, I'm sorry, Seth. I don't think for naturalists or people like you and I who are willing to take the naturalist point of view. I don't think it necessarily does lead to an existential uncomfortability, but I do think that for people who are defiant, I don't know how to describe it without seeming like I'm being condescending, but there are people who latch onto these metaphysical, mythological beliefs, these God beliefs and stuff like that, because they just can't accept that the universe can be a brute fact. There has to be some anthropomorphizing, some anthropomorphic solution to it. There's got to be a mind, there's got to be consciousness, blah blah blah, and maybe there is. Obviously I'm not, who knows at the end of the day, but I don't see a necessity for it, and it doesn't make me uncomfortable to say that the universe is a brute fact. But I think that when I have conversations with people who are religious, they say no, that's impossible. You can't get consciousness, you can't get morals, you can't get so on and so forth, qualia, from brute facts. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't see why you couldn't.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I believe.
I agree. Isn't that in contradiction with David Hume?
David Hume? No, David Hume actually said that there is no impression within. There's no inference to go from the creation of the universe, because none of us were there to experience it. So that's why he said that to infer anything about an impression from the creation of to like you must gain an impression. For David Hume, you must gain an impression and then an idea of something. And for him, the creation of the universe was not one of them, because David Hume, along with me, I reject something called the PSR. I think objective ethics knows what that is. That's called the principle of sufficient reason. This is like the bedrock for a lot of religious philosophers, from Aristotle to Aquinas to Leibniz to William Lane Craig. They believe, yeah, I completely reject the principle of sufficient reason, and I take that the universe is a brute fact. And people like Hume, I think even maybe Kant, even though Kant wanted to like save religion, in my opinion, from like skepticism of David Hume, even though David Hume, Immanuel Kant said about David Hume that like Hume woke me from my dogmatic slumber, because Hume denied that we could ever have a rational basis for things such as causation and induction. And in my opinion, I don't think that those issues are solved yet, you know, in my humble opinion.
Well, my understanding is, you know, one of David Hume's most famous philosophical additions to the zeitgeist would be his guillotine.
Oh yes, the
is.
Izzat fallacy. Yeah, that's that's a very like tricky thing to like talk about, because besides ethics, it can apply to like epistemology as well. It can apply to like epistemology and ethics. Yeah.
Well, if the universe is hard facts and we develop ideas from impressions from living in the objective world, how can we not derive oughts from is?
How can we not?
Yeah,
well,
because
first of all, David, we can derive oughts from ises, and this is actually well known in philosophy. A lot of people misunderstand the guillotine. It's not that you cannot get an ought from is, because so many of our oughts do come from ises, right? So I'll give you an example here. That's I talked to Dr. Richard Carrier about this very thing, because I believe in objective morality, even though I don't believe in any gods or supernatural things. I still believe that morality is objective. There are objective moral truths out there. So in talking to Dr. Richard Carrier, who's a well-known atheist, a mythicist, right? He doesn't even think Jesus was a real person. He also believes and has written peer-reviewed work on objective morality. And he addressed this very issue with David Hume and the is-ought gap. So to give it just a quick example, it would be, you do it by creating a bridge, right? It's so your bridge is the if. So if a doctor wants to perform a successful surgery, he ought to sterilize his equipment. You're getting your ought from an is by instituting the goal, and goals are always going to be subjective. Just because you have a subjective goal doesn't mean you can't get an objective truth out of it. So even David Hume himself, in his own ethics of moral reasoning, gets oughts from ises, right? What David Hume actually said is that the philosophers and theologians of his time had not successfully created that bridge. Kant is not the first person who did it with the hypothetical imperative. Even Aristotle and Plato and everybody else in that line, right, was getting oughts from ises in their own ethical systems, technically. But so they just thought it's a given, because naturally you can get oughts from ises. That's just how we function in the real world. But Kant took it a step further, tried to take it a step further with the categorical imperative, and you don't have to go that far. You can simply the hypothetical imperative. So for morality, for example, if you want to stop murder, you ought not murder people. That's the number one thing you ought not do, because it's a fact objectively that if you want to stop murder and you're out there murdering each other, you've just introduced a contradiction, right? And contradictions are always false. So you could get oughts from ises, and I think people misunderstand that from David Hume quite a bit. You just got to have the bridge.
Okay, thank you. Because the way I've heard of many people present it, because I haven't actually read his work, is pretty much that you can't derive an ought from an is. So I guess those people are wrong, because
people say that. Even the AI will tell you that, because it's so common that people say, oh, you cannot do this, it's impossible. But if you actually go look at any ethical system in philosophy, they're all doing this, right? They're all saying at some point. Now, when I say ethical system, I'm not talking about like emotivism, right, or something like this, or moral anti-realism or something. But you look at any objective moral philosophy, which Aristotle, Plato, Aquinas, Carrier, I could go Ayn Rand. I mean, we could just go down the list of objective moral realists. In fact, it turns out if you look at the studies, peer-reviewed studies, because I've had a few formal debates on this particular topic, and I've cited peer-reviewed studies, or I'm sorry, peer research does a really good organization that does studies. There's a handful of organizations that have done these studies where the majority, and it's almost up to 80% of philosophers are atheists, and yet the majority of philosophers believe that morality is objective. All these guys are getting oughts from ises in their own system. It's just how do you get there? What bridge do you build to do it?
Wait, so okay.
The majority of philosophers, believe it or not, even though they are atheists, the majority of them are more realists.
Oh yeah, but I believe that I think I read a peer-review study of a survey of philosophers. Like 20% of them are also like a moral anti-realist. Isn't that right? Objective ethics. I read that paper in 2020. Like, but the majority of them lean towards realism. But there's like a small percentage. I think it kind of grew from 20 to 21% that they're moral anti-realists, if I remember correctly. Is that so?
There is a percentage, and I honestly don't have it memorized as to what that percentage is. I know when I quoted in my debate, I think it was 75 trending towards 80% are atheist, and then it started out in 2009. They did a study, and 56% of philosophers were moral realists, and then now it's up over 67%. So it's growing steadily, which in such a short period of time towards moral realism. But I didn't actually look for like emotivism, moral anti-realism, or non-cognitivism, and in a comparison like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you did a debate. Yeah, I heard you did a debate on the problems of like ethical morality, right? On your show. There's probably a lot of them, right?
Yeah, I do. In fact, I have one coming up in May. The one in May will end up being my fourth formal debate on biblical morality, or I'm against biblical morality, probably, obviously, it goes without saying. So I debate Christians on that particular topic a lot, but I have had one formal debate on objective versus subjective morality as well. And I got a guy who says he wants to debate me on that topic. And since I've had a chance to meet with Dr. Carrier, and he's gone over some of my work and actually given me a lot of really great insight on how to shore up some of my arguments and stuff like that, I'm hoping to find another opponent who wants to debate objective versus subjective morality from a secular position, because dunking on the Bible is so easy. I actually didn't really have any interest in doing that stupid topic anymore, because it's just too easy. But there's a Christian apologist who's been following me, kind of trolling me and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, those guys are annoying.
Yeah, he said something about he was being really mean to one of my friends, Robin. She's a lady who comes here from my channel. She came over here. I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's a really nice lady.
Oh yeah, she speaks in a southern accent, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Really neat lady. In fact, as far as human beings go, she's one of the coolest people that I've had a chance to meet online. She's really solid, as far as just being a human being. But these fucking Christians were just literally calling her like vile trash and stuff like that, and I got so pissed. So I kind of said, I called them out and said, let's get out and debate. You guys think you have this high moral standard or whatever, and so I'm gonna do at least one more of these.
Oh yeah, and if I can say, like, add to that, I think your idea of like religious morality is like so telling, because like it is true, like God does change his mind depending on the social scene, the cultural zeitgeist, politics, right? Because people have argued with the Bible that both slavery is good and bad. There's exactly, like, because in the era of the American Reconstruction, people have both used the Bible to like be for slavery and go against slavery. They were a slavery abolitionists who were Christians, and they argued the same freaking King James Bible to argue for against slavery.
The Bible is polytheistic, is what Christians don't understand, nor do they.
It's actually kind of true. Actually, no, that's true said, because inside the Old Testament, there's clearly hints where Yahweh says that there are like other gods, and I'm a jealous God. And of course, like if we're gonna look at the actual like archaeological setting of like the Israelites, they were a type of henotheists, and that they believed the existence of other gods, but they only made covenant with one. That was their national storm deity, Yahweh.
They were Canaanites, is what they were.
Oh yeah,
They just don't want to admit they're Canaanites.
Canaanites. Yeah.
Didn't
Didn't the Canaanites?
The Canaanites what?
Didn't the Canaanites worship a Moloch? Like that was one of their main Patreon gods, right?
I don't think Moloch came until later, but Moloch.
Well, there's a yeah. Normally, I don't actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. So break it up a bit.
Well, because I forgot for a minute. I was trying to remember, so I was going to say something. I was like, wait a minute. But Moloch and the sacrifice gods, they all have to do with creating a better harvest and creating a better yield for your returns in whatever it is you're doing. So like the Phoenicians, for example, who were basically the Canaanites after the Bronze Age collapsed, they would sacrifice to these gods because they were a maritime empire, so they wanted better yields from their trade deals. So that was their harvest, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. I would believe that in that era, in that environment, the resources were very scarce when times of extreme heat and extreme, weather was apparent, and of course, war did cause an economic strain in those kingdoms and tribes.
It did in after the Mycenaeans collapsed. They were a palace-based economy, which basically meant that the palace in the central city, which I can't remember what their capital was at the moment, but this palace would basically oversee all the money that would be distributed throughout the kingdom, all the other city-states, similar to the Federal Reserve. And once that went away, the people reverted to basically being poor farmers. They didn't have much technology. But in places like the Hittites, they had a centralized imperial system. Yeah, they were just
the Hittites were in modern day Anatolia, aka Turkey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Asia Minor, as they say to the ancient Greeks.
They did better. They were forging iron immediately after the Bronze Age collapsed.
Yep, they were.
The problem was they were separated by all these different emperors who were basically what people call warlords. Like, people say, well, if the government goes, I'm just going to be a warlord. Well, this is what they were, the Neo-Hittites. They were a bunch of warlords, and then they got taken over by people who basically took advantage of the collapse of the Bronze Age, the Assyrians.
The Assyrians, yes. Oh, yeah. They did, yeah. Yeah, it turns out that whenever like a state or like a principality dies, collapses, warlords happen. This happened a lot in Chinese history. Chinese history is filled with this. So is Japanese, with like the clans and like the samurais.
It didn't happen in Mycenae. It did not happen in Greece. They were fine. Their only hardship was working the land because they didn't have the adequate technology.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Because they did not have the adequate technology, they had no warlords to deal with. The people, they don't really know who the leaders were, but I'd have to imagine they were generally the more competent people who knew what they were doing. They were the people
who... This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
They didn't have warlords.
The Mycenaeans didn't have warlords. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that like the ancient Mediterranean civilizations, I think they were very interesting in the sense that, they had a lot of weird religious beliefs. Like if you go to Sardinia, right, that's like one of the oldest inhabited regions in all of Europe, and in like the Mediterranean, they have such strange sculptures and idols of like their gods and deities and people. Very weird. Sorry.
Good night, Dirty. Thanks for joining us tonight, Dirty. Relax, brother. I hope you enjoy listening. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Mm.
You know, is Pristine's mic working? I don't know. See them type. Anyway, Mesopotamia, I would say, is the source. Well, actually, they're not the source because there's the same mythology can be found in Europe like 1,000 years before Mesopotamia, but they're the ones who actually built civilization first and were successful in recording it through their clay tablets and established irrigation.
Oh yes, they're very cool clay tablets. They write in cuneiform, if I believe, and so did the Sumerians. Yes.
Yeah, the Sumerians invented cuneiform.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's true. The Sumerians and their cuneiform. Yeah, they're also very ancient people. I'm really interested in like their civilization as well. It's very cool.
Well, if you want to know about their civilization, you can just read the myth of the Enuma Elish, and it'll tell you all about what they were all about. Because, you know, they're basically about enforcing the rule of their gods and imposing their will over nature. That's Sumerian.
That's Sumerians. Yeah. You said that there was a time before, like, you know, recorded human history. What did that time look like according to like the sources you read? Like I would imagine it was more inside a in sync with like nature, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I just told you one with Herodotus, right, where he remembers the Golden Age.
Yeah, Golden Age, yes.
There are songs written by the Sumerians talking about the days, the good old days, where even they're remembering the good old days. So how is it that the first civilization is already remembering the good old days? It's because they know that they've given their life to the plow, and they know that it devalues their life. The plow being the thing that gives them surplus to sustain the city through agriculture.
Agriculture. Yep.
Yeah. Or technology in general, because technology generates things like buildings, like physical property and agriculture, and it creates surplus and supplies that you have to maintain. And once you get those supplies, once you get those buildings, you're not just going to leave these things. Like, you're basically stuck there. And this wasn't the case before. Humans weren't bound to their technology, and more importantly, they didn't have some centralized ruler who was like that. Yeah, I'm the reason that you even have all of this stuff. So you go out and work in the field, and I'm going to go and talk to the gods and enforce their rule. This is Samaria. This is what they did. And before this, you had people who basically, like one example, I think, would be the people of Bikini Atoll, of what people look like in nature when they have the ideal circumstances, okay? And they lived on a small island, and I don't know how big their population was. I think it was 100, maybe 300. They didn't have grocery stores. They didn't have farms. All they had was the stuff that the land provided for them. And they lived pretty much what we would consider a lifestyle that's pretty similar to how Adam and Eve would have lived. But the United States came along and they basically took that away from them. But the point is that in the ideal circumstances, human beings will grow up basically innocent, not knowing the difference between right and wrong. So the challenge for humanity today is, how are we going to balance our knowledge of good and evil with the technology that we've built and the civilization we've built for ourselves?
Okay.
I never get into the.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, to follow up what we were talking about. for one thing, yeah, you guys are right. There is a polytheistic or henotheistic structure to the Bible, but it
Only the Old
changes. Yeah, exactly. It changes from from Genesis to Revelation. And Genesis is not the oldest book; it's just chronologically the first book. But it does change because you get First Temple Judaism, then you get Second Temple Judaism, which is heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism and Greek Stoicism and whatnot.
Absolutely.
And then it changes into the New Testament, and then the fall of Jerusalem, the temple, and they have to explain, well, what happened to the temple, and kind of, this religion that gets taken over, as we know historically, by the Romans, and then everything changes with the ecumenical councils, and that's when things like the Trinity start to get introduced and enforced, and so on and so forth. But so there's this massive shift in the religion itself, and people who follow the religion don't want to admit that because that's not what they were taught in church, and so it becomes very difficult for them, which is why I do debate the morality issues. I debate the morality issues because I find that to be very harmful. It affects how people vote. If causes people to be bigoted. We've seen so much damage and harm done because of what the ethics and moral teachings are in the Bible. You could justify so many horrible things. But the reason I don't really get into a lot of this stuff, I definitely don't debate the existence of God because I'm an agnostic. So I give it a 50-50 personally.
Yeah.
But I don't really like to debate with Christians like informally. I'll do formal debates because it's structured and there's usually a purpose to it. But informally, I don't really like to get into these conversations because what ultimately happens, if you know enough about ancient history and you know enough about philosophy, you can drive the believer into one of two corners every time. They're either going to go into cognitive dissonance or moral bankruptcy. And hearing somebody try to say, well, that was the good kind of slavery or shit like that, you know what I mean, just fucking pisses me off so much. And I don't like to see people have to burn their gears mentally in cognitive dissonance, trying to explain square circles with the Trinity. So I just don't even usually engage in that kind of stuff informally.
Well, here's the fundamental problem with Christianity is that it's built upon slavery. Its foundation is slavery because
it's based on guilt.
Numa Elish, it's based in Atrahasis. Both of these mythologies, they have the flood. They have the gods creating humans pretty much almost exactly the way the Bible describes. The Bible parallels these stories. And in those stories, the whole reason the gods created humans is to bear the yoke of the gods. The yoke being like the thing oxes wear to plow the fields or carry shit stuff. So basically, we're farm animals to God, the God of the Bible. And even, the Garden of Eden is even described this way. If we look at this objectively, the way I look at it is we have a God who wants to grow this civilization or this race, I should say, of people who are so innocent that he could just come along and take advantage of them and get them to work in his field for free. Basically, that's what it seems to me. And when you apply this from the perspective of the ancient myths, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's also very interesting that Christianity is like essentially a mix of a lot of like the very, very weak leftovers from Judaism, Zoroastrianism and Greek Stoicism, but also from Platonism, right? Platonism is a very big thing in Christianity. That's why we have like the Trinity and the Logos. All of that is from Plato himself.
And not only that, like I was saying earlier, Plato separates matter and spirit, or he separates.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like a dualist in some ways. Yeah.
So this is basically what Christians think God is. Christians think God is this vengeful man in the sky who's going to enact his will, which they describe as vengeful quite frequently, unless we obey him. And what are God's edicts? Well, if you go by the Jews, who are maybe what you could consider the purist Yahwists, they have like 613 laws in the Zohar. So how is anyone supposed to follow those laws? Now, of course, that's not what Christians think. They think that you just have to believe in Jesus Christ, but there's another problem. Because what are you actually doing? Are you actually living like Jesus, or are you just using Jesus as this stepping point to prop yourself up and say, I'm righteous?
Well, it gets to be so wild because so many Christians don't even really know what they actually, if you actually press them, your average churchgoer, and say, well, what are the laws or what are the rules? And they really have no idea what's actually written in the text itself. And so what they will do is they'll start to talk about their own social and political values as being Christian values, so to speak. But none of that stuff's actually in the text itself. Some people will say, oh, well, we have to just follow the 10 commandments. We don't have to follow the 613 Mosaic laws. And it's like, well, great. Do you know that in the 10 commandments, there's a commandment that you should not envy your neighbor's slave? It doesn't say don't own a slave, don't own people as property. It says don't envy your neighbor's slave. That's the kind of commandment that you think is righteous. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like they don't really know just how dirty and disgusting it is. Also, there's a commandment, the first commandment, which is to love the Lord your God above all else, right? For that he is a jealous God. Well, if you read out in Exodus where it says that, the whole passage says that, for I am a jealous God, and I will punish the sins of the iniquities of the father, or the sins of the father, depending on what translation, up to the 4th and 5th generation. So children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, so on and so forth, are getting punished if a person doesn't actually worship the right God. And it has nothing to do with what those children or grandchildren did. It's literally they're being punished for something they didn't even have it. They may not even have been alive to have any action, any direction towards or any influence on, and yet they're going to pay the price for this, which is not justice. So you get verses justifying slavery, and you get verses literally admitting that God has no clue what justice actually means. And as soon as you start telling Christians this, like I said, their head just pops off their shoulders, and they start getting into, like I said, moral bankruptcy or cognitive dissonance.
You could also use the Bible to point out the fact that God and Satan are literally the same thing. I can't remember the verses off the top of my head, but there's 2 verses. One of them says God asks David to take a census in the city. And then another verse says Satan asks David to take a census of the city. So he's really asking David
that's one of the contradictions in the Bible. It's I want to say 1 Kings. It might be 2 Kings, but it's in Kings where God has David take the census. And then God punishes David for taking the census. And so the chronicler, as he's known, right? So 1st and 2nd Chronicles, he's known as the chronicler. That author, there are so many contradictions you find in the Old Testament are between Chronicles, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, and other books like Samuel, Kings, so on and so forth, Joshua. The reason is because the chronicler was written much later, and he's like, wait a minute. God, why would God tell David to take this census and then punish David for taking the census? So what he does is he actually fixes it. So he writes that Satan had David take the census, and then God comes and punishes David because he did what Satan told him to do and didn't want, you know what I mean? So in the chronicler's idea, because remember, the people who wrote these books had no idea that some idiot was going to come along later and put them all into one book. You know what I mean? Like this is not a univocal text. And so the guy who wrote Kings had no way of knowing that the guy who wrote Isaiah or Judges or Joshua or Ruth was all going to be put into the same book. And so the chronicler, he had no way of knowing that him fixing this was going to then create a contradiction that could be used against the Bible later down the road, because it's the same exact story as you have pointed out. And you're absolutely right, Seth. That is the same exact story. So Christian apologists will try to say, no, there were 2 censuses that were taken. One God told David to do, and one the devil told David to do, because that's the only way that he could try to get out of the contradiction. But if you actually read the context, every single thing is placed in a historical period, right? And so all the events prior to and after that census are the exact same in both stories. And so it couldn't have been 2 different censuses. You know what I mean? It literally, it would make no sense to try and say that this happened twice. So it's a bad apologetic. But yeah, you're right. There is a contradiction there. Absolutely.
Seeing as we're talking about the absurdity of Christianity, what's one thing I never understood. I think the both of you would get this is how did medieval Christians equate Aristotle's unmoved mover with the God of the Bible of Abraham? That never made any sense to me. The freaking gap between the unmoved mover towards the God of Abraham and Christ himself, that's an absurd leap in my opinion. If If you know what I mean.
There is no bridge, which is why I'm actually, when I talk to people, I got a Muslim lady who's really pissed at me right now, and she's calling me all kinds of, she's calling me a militant atheist, which is really funny because I mean, I'm not necessarily the nicest guy in the world, but for somebody to describe me as being militant, that's a pretty big reach. I'm pretty easygoing, but because
you see UF Dog's comment there about you. I think this is related to something you said. You can clear it up if you want, because I'm sure you probably have something to say about it. He says objective ethics says it would still be acceptable for the human species to continue if that required 49% of all humanity to endure intolerable suffering. What does that say about his morality?
Did you really say
can
that?
I just give my perspective first? Objective ethics.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, in fairness, it depends on the inevitability of the situation, and whether you can stop it. But I don't know. What do you think, Oe?
Yeah, just reciting like a consequentialist, I guess technically if we're looking at the consequence, we'd have to go with the majority, but I did specifically say I have no way of quantifying this. I mean, I could say a number like 51% to 49% would give you the majority, but Yerf Dogs is taking that out of context, and he knows better. But anyway, so there's this lady, she's calling me this militant atheist because I describe myself as an agnostic, but I'm only agnostic. And I've told her this 100 times. I'm only agnostic about God claims that should be taken seriously, which is limited to the gods of philosophy. And I cited Plato, Aristotle's unmoved mover, because the unmoved mover is something that I don't think we can know either way. We have great models for cosmology, but I don't think it rules out an unmoved mover. But at the same point in time, we don't necessarily need an unmoved mover. You know what I mean? So I think I'm agnostic about that. But when it comes to these gods of organized religion, I would be a hard atheist because I reject them all. The reason I don't call myself any type of atheist or take on label for that is because to me, those God claims are so obviously anthropomorphic and obviously fabricated. Now, I've studied the history and the theology of it in college and at seminary, so I actually know the history behind like what you guys are talking about with the Canaanites and stuff like that. And so I absolutely think that to me, I would say if I'm going to call myself an atheist, then I'd have to say, well, I'm an atheist, I'm an anti-Santa Clausist or an anti-tooth fairyist or anything else, because that's how ridiculous that God.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's just to me, and I'm not trying to be mean to people when I say that, but I literally cannot take the Bible seriously. I just knowing what I know about it, I cannot take that stuff seriously enough to even warrant labeling myself.
That's valid. Yeah, that's valid. And like as I was going and to add on to the point, OE is the fact that the great Christian philosophers, thinkers, and theologians had to use arguments outside of the Bible from Greek and even Islamic sources. That should tell you a lot. That like they know that because they had a distinguishing factor between revealed theology and natural theology. And historically, Christian thinkers and like just general religious thinkers in the Abrahamic faiths, they would use natural theology that came from the Greeks, especially from Aristotle. That's why Aristotle is called the philosopher for like these types of thinkers during the medieval ages, from like the Muslims to the Christians and even towards the Jews. Yes.
It is wild how people will latch onto that stuff. I understand people needing to believe in a God. I totally get that, which is another reason I don't like to debate God's existence, because I actually empathize with people who are so uncomfortable with objective morality. They're so uncomfortable with death. They're so uncomfortable with so many things in life that they need to latch onto these beliefs. I feel bad for these people in most cases, it's really sad. That's all I can say about it. It's just really sad that people need to hold on to a belief that just is untenable. And again, I'm not agnostic about it. I'm not saying you can't believe in or shouldn't believe in some kind of a higher power or reincarnation or what the fuck, consciousness being fundamental. I mean, those are all really fascinating things to consider and to mull over. But to start to allow that to affect the way that you treat trans people or gay marriage or how you vote or how you treat abortion, you know what I mean? Like how you treat other human beings, slavery. Like you said earlier, brother, or sister, I'm sorry, I'm trying to forget who I'm talking to now. I think it was Fatima who said this. You said that slavery was being used to justify and condemn slavery, right?
Yes.
So they used the Bible to justify slavery for thousands of years, 2,000 years. Slavery was being justified using this religion. It wasn't only until a couple hundred years ago that somebody said, you know what, maybe this probably isn't really in line with this Jesus character we're trying to talk about. Although if you read the Bible, Jesus was absolutely promoting the 613 Mosaic laws. So he didn't really have a problem with slavery, nor did he have a problem with throwing rocks at disobedient children or women caught in adultery, you know?
Yeah. Or even like flipping tables, because that's what he did one time in the Bible.
Right. Well, and now you get another contradiction. You have to say he did it twice. Otherwise, there's another contradiction.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because there's two different timelines. Either he did it at the beginning of his ministry or near the end of his ministry, or he did it twice.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the Bible, a believers just say...
Sorry, guys, I missed it. What did he do? What did he do twice, or what might he have done twice? Sorry.
Flipping
The money
tables.
changers temples. They had the temple. He went into the temple. And said,
he did that when he was a kid, didn't he? He did that when he was a kid, right?
No, during
in Mark, he did it. In Mark, he does it as a child, and then I can't get them mixed up. In Luke or whoever's got the story in the Synoptic Gospels.
There's another story where he's by a holy lake somewhere, or something. Am I getting that wrong? There was a
holy lake.
Yeah, there was a story. I'm going to look that up. I'll look.
Okay, yeah, for the money changing thing, yeah, you get two different stories. One's in the Synoptic Gospels. He's at it's at the end of his ministry, and then the other one I think is in John, and he does it at the beginning of his ministry, which doesn't really make sense because he would have been a small child, you know. I think in the John's version, because he does it, you know, he's in there preaching to the, I can't remember, it's been so long since I read it, I'd have to actually look, but I know that it's two different timelines and they're significantly different. Either he does it at the beginning or the end. It can't be both unless he did it twice.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And also the fact that like there's also articles on the mental health of his state. Yeah, the state of his mental health, which I find very interesting, you know, like what kind of mental health illness could he have to be saying all of the shit he was saying back then? You know, he was saying a lot of
you know what it is, guys? Did he meet the tax collector or something at the lake? He sat down with the sinners by a lake or something. I think that was it. Let me see. Tables, meals by the lake. Jesus performed ministry by the Sea of Galilee, the lake of Gennesaret, which involved eating with sinners and tax collectors and setting tables in a metaphorical sense of offering grace. So yeah, no. So going back to that though, guys, he flipped the tables as a youngster. When did you say he might have done it again? Sorry, I am getting tired this side, but I am interested in this.
Yeah, there's two stories. Yeah, there's two stories of him flipping the tables at the temple and chasing out the moneylenders. He fashions a whip out of cord and so on and so forth. So it's a very violent picture they're portraying in the Synoptic Gospels, and they call the Synoptics the first three because they share the same basically biographical material. So that's Matthew, Mark, and Luke. That's in the Synoptic version. He does it at one time in his life. I think it's at the end of his ministry. Then John, which is technically the fourth gospel, it's not considered a synoptic because John has his own spin on everything, which is where you get like in the beginning was the Word and the Word was God, and all, you know, a lot of the stuff that Trinitarians try to use all comes out of John. And so John has him doing it at the beginning of his ministry. So the Christians, in order to avoid the contradiction, have to say he did it twice, which paints a funny picture because you can see after the first time that he supposedly kicks the shit out of everybody, every time he walks by that temple, you got to think those guys are like, oh no, here comes that crazy guy with the fucking, you know.
Oh yes, I remember now. Objective ethics, because the story when he does it as an adult, I've heard some Christians painting that out that he's like this alpha male. He's not the weak person you think he is. You know, he's this. Yeah. I've heard them use that as an example of his masculinity. You know, he had potential to be a bad man.
Well, I mean, he was a bad man. You know, he says himself that he.
When I say bad man, I mean that in the kind of colloquial sense that, you know, like in terms of like he had the potential to be domineering. You know.
Well, I'm saying that he himself said that he came to divide people and bring the sword.
Oh yes, that's true as well. Yes.
But that's not necessarily a bad thing. What he's trying to divide people from is from their lies, and when this happens, they're going to wage an internal war with themselves, and he knows that This will probably separate them from people in their lives because the truth is inherently divisive, and not everyone is ready to fight those battles that he's imposing on them. And not only this, what people have to realize is Jesus's whole life in the Bible is basically described as war. He's going to war with the system of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And I saw something where the Knights Templars actually think Jesus was an Essene, and that the John the Baptist, and there was another John, they were also Essenes. And basically, the reason he would say things like, doesn't it say this in the law of Moses, is because he has to frame the words he's saying in parables or codes, because if he flat out said the truth, they would probably have him killed for blasphemy, because he's basically saying, we're all gods, we don't need your book or your laws, we are the law, we are the living law, and we're not born sinners. And this is just because they had all the power, that would have got him killed. But this is why he gets kicked out of every church. It's because his message is antithetical to the church, and they knew it. And if people started believing Jesus, and if they really understood, not understood, but understood what he was talking about, they would realize, I don't need a priest, I am the priest. Or I don't need a king, I am the king.
Right. Set scales. I was listening earlier. By the way, guys, it's been a really good conversation tonight. It's a pity Fatima's gone, because you all did so well. OE, set scales, Fatima, fascinating and well played, guys. Set scales, you were talking earlier about the Spinozian view of God, and then you talked about Gnosticism. I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember. Where do you stand in your belief? What's your personal belief, if you have one?
Well, for me, it's not really it's not really a belief for me. I know for a fact that there is a higher power than man, and that this power is basically what we would consider intelligence. But it would be beyond intelligent, really. But I would say that we live in the realm of order and chaos, and we ourselves, we living beings, are what bridges together order and chaos. And it's up to us to figure out how to balance these forces.
So this intelligence that is higher than us, you don't think it necessarily cares about us in a way that might be favorable to us? It doesn't have the human ideals. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it absolutely cares about us in ways that are beyond what humans could comprehend. It is an all.
Is it beholden to us? Is it at our beck and call? I mean, do you believe in the power of prayer? Can you get it to do things?
You can definitely learn to channel the Holy Spirit or the Eternal Spirit through yourself and make it work through you. Or you could, like traditional prayer, I don't really think works, because it comes from a position of begging. And what God doesn't want beggars, this God of the Bible who wants worshipers to basically do whatever he says, is false. God wants equals. God has principles based in self-expression and self-ownership. That is, that each individual life form is their own individual life form, and they must be free to express themselves freely, without imposition, without being
so in that sense, it's kind of like a fractaling.
Yes.
In your version of events, you are the spawn of God. You are literally his children. Therefore, you must become like God. Is that what you're saying? God's vision is to create more gods.
Yes, but the thing is that we're not really created. We are eternal. We've just been separated or freed from the will. This is why they call it free will, because we have literally been freed from the larger will, which is God.
Okay.
I've got a
why though?
I've got a couple of questions. Well, that's after that.
Is it because they're lonely? Is it because they want to explore? Is it because they? I mean, what is driving? What is the force for? What is it to accomplish? Do you know?
The will exists within being. Being is eternal, and I don't want to say infinite because that implies that it's a closed loop system. The being is limitless. There's limitless potential within being. And the will, which basically is experiencing all of being simultaneously. So if you want to comprehend what that means, that would basically mean that everything that's happening right now, God is experiencing everything that is happening right now on the earth simultaneously at once. And this force, which is intelligent and experiencing being at all levels, has principles based in what I said. The basis for the principles is that the will is free to express itself within being any way the will desires. So in order to truly test its principles, because that's what I think it is, I think it's a huge test for itself, similar to a scientist. God creates these individual fractals of itself to experience this realm, to basically test its principles in a realm where we are finite, we are ignorant, and we have these limitations. Basically, it needs to test itself in limitations to truly know that its principles mean anything. And we are the result of that.
In your version of events, then, its knowledge is emerging. It's accruing knowledge. So time isn't an illusion in that sense. It literally is a knowledge that is growing day by day, second by second. I mean, I don't know. Do you think
time is absolutely an illusion?
Time is an illusion in your framework.
Yeah,
in your
Albert
framework, it sounds
Einstein
like God
said
is still
that-
learning. So therefore, time can't be an illusion, can it? Because if time was an illusion, it would mean he would already know everything.
Here's what
There'll
we
be
have
nothing to move towards. There'll be nothing. The future would have already have happened.
Albert Einstein, and I agree with him on this, says that time is something we came up with to make sense of motion, meaning it doesn't exist. What we think of as time is really just coordinates within being. Okay, so don't think.
Yeah, I understand what you're. So you're basically saying it's like, is it distance divided by speed between 2 points? Is that what it is? Is that it? The movement of the movement of a point towards another. Is that it? Is that what you think time is within a system?
Yes, but the thing is that all these the movement or the distance, it's not emerging, it's already there.
No,
Everything
I
is
know it may
already
be
there.
happening with. I don't quite follow really.
The thing is, okay.
So what it so the
will,
system.
The will
Okay,
is
go ahead. So explain it to me.
So let me explain what being is. Okay, being is basically everything that has ever happened, everything that is happening, everything that ever will happen, and more importantly, everything that could have happened. And there's a whole lot of things that could have happened. Like
So what I'm saying to you, set scales in your system, has that already? Is that all there? Is everything that you've just said all there already? So therefore,
we exist.
God already knows everything. So the future has already happened. Why are you still here?
The growth is for us. God is basically gifting individuals the chance to be like God. But we have to earn it.
So is there some kind of to be like God? I assume you have to accrue power. your
all
personal
it comes
soul has
down
to accrue power. Is there reincarnation in your framework? Is that how do you become more powerful?
reincarnation is a result of individuals who have not become like God. Reincarnation means that you are stuck in
So
this
do
realm.
you think anybody walking the planet at the moment has become like God?
I'm sure there are people who have.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's very many.
So
but
what are they doing? Are they fractaling and causing new existences in their own mind? Is that what they do? What are they doing as gods? Are they lying on their sofa, closing their eyes, causing
like
new fractaling of new existences
Well,
and
like
new
I
beings?
said, what God does is God bridges order and chaos. God is the bridge between order and chaos. Okay, so what these people who are being like God, they basically achieved a state of neutrality or balance in their lives to allow order and chaos to basically collapse into a meaningful experience.
So you had me until you had me interested until you said God is still learning, which I mean, God is learning through us. I mean, if he knows everything, there would be no need for him to continue learning. B, I don't see how anyone living on this planet is in any way akin to being a god.
It's not necessarily that God is knows everything. It's not necessarily that God knows everything. It's that God is experiencing everything.
Okay.
That's the thing. And I'm telling you, everything is happening at once to God. There is no time to God. Time is for us to make sense of the ocean that we're in, essentially. So, like, if you were
quite
to read
chaotic,
a book,
though.
What was that?
It sounds like it might be order for him because he's holding it in the palm of his hands, but it's chaos within it. It sounds quite horrible.
The chaos is the potential, right? So we have all these choices that we can make in our lives that could lead to anything, and ultimately we don't know where these choices are going to lead to. This is the chaos. But the order is basically the force that collapses the choices you make into a linear timeline that is meaningful, that you can't escape from. You can't escape from the choices you made in your past, but you can learn from them to make better choices.
So are you saying as are there people who do escape from that which confine them?
Oh yeah, there's people who escape.
And they're the ones that become gods, are they? In your idea of things?
Well, to be like God would basically just be to have a higher sense of perception.
So they're like God, they're not quite actual gods. Is that what you're saying? They become like God, but not God.
Yes, right? Because God is perceiving everything at once. So to become like God would just basically mean that
Have
we
you
have
ever met any of these ladies or gentlemen who are like God?
Well, I mean, I would say that everyone is like God in some way. It's just a matter of how much are they going to bring that out in their life? How much of that potential?
You did say earlier that some people become God. So are you taking that back?
It's not about becoming God. It's about remembering that you were always God. That's the key. We're not becoming anything. We're human beings.
What good does that do anybody?
Well, for starters, if people were
I mean,
to
it's like an old man remembering he was once young. What good does that do when he's trying to carry 40 kilograms up the side of a hill?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by the 40 kilograms up the hill, but
I'm saying you were once God. Clearly, you're not God now. You're not as good as you used to be. What good does it do you remembering that you were once God?
It's because it's not that we're not God. We're still God. We were God.
So you are, now you're going back, you're yo-yoing. So now you are God again.
No, it's people have forgotten that they're God. That's the problem. I'm saying to remember that you were always God. The problem is forgetting.
And I'm
because-
asking, what good does it do you? That's all I'm asking. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all I want to get.
was
The
gonna
kernel.
say,
I want to get to that.
I think Schopenhauer offers a pretty good answer to that. He's going to say basically that it comes down to things like compassion, which is basically recognizing that because we all come from God, harming others is harming yourself because we're all one life that is having multiple different subjective experiences within itself. So it's like a blood cell harming a blood cell within the body, you know.
I get the idea, and I do. I mean, we all come from one life. We have a common ancestor. All of that. I get it all, and yes, I understand. But ultimately, do you really need that to be good to something that is alive? Do you really need to see it as you in another body? Do you think you really need that? I mean, for example, you still eat meat. I'm not telling you to become a vegan, by the way. I'm not going to start preaching to you. But what does it actually do for you in your life day to day? What does it do for you? How does it change your behavior?
Well, I know meat makes people more
And
aggressive.
did you have a sea change in your behavior when you started thinking like this, or are you just operating the same way but just describing reality differently? I mean, were you ever somebody who was mean to others? Have you drastically shifted since you came into this way of thinking? Have you drastically shifted your personal behavior?
In a sense, yes. It's helped me not pursue certain paths. For example, like before I understood morality, I thought the military was a good thing, and I wanted to join the military. So right there is a path that I did not take, and I would say that's a good thing. If
Okay,
more people,
look, Set Scales, you're a very interesting person, and it is interesting to hear you talk. You are very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff as well, so it's a pleasure to hear you talk about, the stuff you were talking about, like Gnosticism, Spinoza, and some of your philosophy stuff. So it's great to have you here, but I'll let the others talk now because I feel like I've pressed you enough.
All right, thank you.
And I've also got to get a drink, so I'll be right back. Feel free to, if nobody talks, feel free to keep telling us who are the gods that walk amongst us.
Christine's son, they've been here a while. I don't know if they want to talk or not. It's up to them.
I haven't heard her say anything. Yeah, no, I haven't heard her say anything the whole time. I don't know if she's sleeping or just stepped away from her phone. Because I know she's not like super shy. I've heard her speak many times. She's a really nice young lady and has her own interesting views about life. In fact, I think she might probably find a lot of what you said to be quite agreeable from what I've heard her say. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but and I'm not intending to tell you you're right or wrong. I'm not convinced by any of it, but you might be. Who knows? But I'm just trying to conceptualize what you're even saying. And it seems like every time I think I kind of have a handle on what you're at least trying to communicate, you define one of your terms in a way that I'm just not familiar with it. Kind of like the crazy guru gentleman, where he kind of has his own unique view on the meanings of words, and that's perfectly fine. Language is fluid, but I feel like I'm just misunderstanding what you're actually even trying to say, because initially there's a few things that stuck out to me that I'm trying to wrap my head around here with what you even mean. The yin and the yang, right? The outer circle represents all that is, and it brings together all contradictions, philosophically speaking, right? But we know that contradictions can't actually exist. So ultimately, what that means is that you can have like, oh, how can I do this? You can have any contradiction, like a good versus evil, right? But they can't exist simultaneously in the same space and time, because that can't exist, because then you're not describing anything at that point, right? So like Aristotle was talking about the laws of logic, right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle. So you can have good and you can have evil. So you can have a contradiction in that sense, which is what I believe the yin and the yang represents. But the contradictions can't actually exist in the same place at the same time, right? Are you at least in agreement with that? Or because you said all contradictions are true or exist. I can't remember how you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what are you picking up what I'm saying here?
I said everything that could have happened is happening right now. We are just not perceiving it. That's
No,
what
I
it
understand
comes
that.
down.
I understand that, but you specifically used the word contradictions.
Oh, I did. What did I say? What did I say?
Maybe I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't use the word contradiction. I think you said the chaos and the order all exist together at the same time, and I took that to mean a contradiction existed together at the same time, meaning the same time and place. So maybe I'm reading too much into that.
No, okay. A real easy way to think of chaos. Okay, chaos is an ocean of choices or possibilities that could happen all at once. Now, what stops all these things from happening at once? The order. The order is like the current, which keeps us in a path that is coherent and understandable to us so that we can have a meaningful life. Because if we lived in a world of pure chaos, it would basically be what they call a chaotic soup universe, where one moment we're a human being sitting here having this conversation. Then the next moment, there's no house around us. There's no ground. We're floating in space. Then the next moment, we're like a frog. Then the next moment, we're a tree or whatever. It would basically be a continuation of different random events happening in sequence that have no real meaning. But the order comes along and it creates a current within the vast ocean of possibility that we as life can understand.
And I think that I can, as long as we're talking about sequentially going from chaos to order, not chaos and order simultaneously.
Well, it is simultaneously, because within our lives, we have the potential to make any choice at any moment. And once we've made that choice, there's nothing we can do about it, and it sets us down a certain path.
Right, but all that language still infers sequence, though. So we make a choice; the choice has a consequence. So you have cause and effect. So they're not happening. It's sequential, not syncretic, right? The chaos, the order takes. So the chaos is, if I'm hearing you correctly, the chaos is just the infinite possibilities, and all possibilities are possible. So let's just, I guess, grant that. So the order is when one possibility becomes realized. So you move from potential to actual, right?
Yes, but this thing, all it really is just perception. Where is our perception within being? Okay, because like I said, God is perceiving all possibilities at every moment. This is what the intelligent will is doing, or what the eternal spirit is doing. But we, as individuals of the eternal spirit, are just experiencing little moments within this current that we are basically writing for ourselves.
The other thing that stuck out to me, and maybe just because you didn't have a chance to really flesh it out, so I can ask you now. I think D&W was the one who said, "Does this God care about us? Does he, participate in our lives and are beholden to us, so to speak?" And I believe you said God cares about us very much. Now, is that in the idea that God just cares about everything very much, not specifically us per se, but like God cares about the rocks and the earthquakes and the gazelle and the lion that eats the gazelle, and everything is all equal to this God, right? In your view?
Yes, but there are things that God likes, or if like is even the right word, I don't know. It's just the closest word I can use for it. There are things
if you stand for everything, you stand for nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at, DW, is the value system. So within the yin and the yang, the value system can be understood because it's all about perspective. But if you value the entire thing, then there's nothing that's unvalued. Then the value is essentially meaningless, other than it's just simply an experience. There's no good or bad at that point. It's just an experience. So then it would become more reducible to information, which then I agree with DNW. What's the point if it's all happening at once? What's, what I don't know. I guess I'm just, like I said, I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm just trying to literally follow what it is
We're
you're
not-
actually.
I get you, Owie. You're just it's good. We're having a conversation, and we're just trying to get
Yeah,
to it
it's
because it is interesting. And it's good for us to, in good faith, question each other.
Oh,
yeah, and
it's-
it is in good faith. Yeah.
It's. I don't think your tone is anything bad or anything. It's fine.
Well, I appreciate
By
that.
the way,
'cause
it's
I've
very
definitely had-
interesting. It's very interesting to hear how your mind is trying to come up with this. So keep going.
I was gonna say something, but then I just kind of forgot.
Yeah, I was listening in the audience.
Well, I think it was about the whole. What you're suggesting is he cares about us, but clearly things here are at cross purposes a lot of the time.
Oh yes, okay.
It's like it must mean he doesn't really care about the outcomes.
I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, so here's the thing: is that God cares about itself and it loves itself, and because everything comes from God, it cares and loves everything from the rocks to the earthquakes to the lion eating the gazelle and the gazelle getting eaten as much as it loves itself. Okay? But what God really likes is things that align with the principles of itself. And what are the principles of God? Like I was saying, it's self-expression. So if everything is perception, like I'm saying, then perception, which is what we are, needs to be allowed to express itself the way perception wants to, or the way perception desires. So the way that we can be like God is to not interfere with other beings' perception, right? Because that's what harm is. You're subjecting another person's perception or their ability to interact in the objective world to your will, more than likely for some reason based in egotism.
Is that not impossible? Is that not impossible?
Oh, yeah, it's totally possible. And the reason it's possible is because we're not a hive mind. So we have the capabilities to go against the principles of God.
But everything you do has either an overtly obvious effect on others, lives, or perhaps something that you may never be aware of, we may never be aware of, but it still is something in the chain of causation, as in causing something to happen for them. You are, whether you like it or not, your mere existence is causing change for others.
Right, yeah. And this is why we need to accept responsibility for how we use our body in the objective world, because we are doing exactly what you said. We're altering other people's perception.
But you said we shouldn't be.
We shouldn't be doing it in a way that is coercive.
Okay.
Is there anything that exists outside of this God, or does God? Didn't you say this God concept encompasses all
Knows everything.
existence? Essentially,
Yeah, you said God knows all of the possible timelines. Is there any way that he could be mistaken or no?
Well, I guess what I'm getting at before we get into time theory, because that's a whole nother, but I can actually conceptualize what he means when you think about like B theory of time. So what he's saying about time is actually untenable in my opinion. But as far as the time thing, however, my question about this is because you mentioned that God loves himself or itself. I guess I don't like to, masculinize this thing so much. This God character loves itself. Well, how does this God know even what love is if there's only existence of all reality only exists within this God? There must be something logically diametrically opposed to the love, which is hate. Otherwise, he doesn't know what the love is. He can't recognize even what love is. And so does that hate exist inside God's existence, or is it something that's external of this God's existence that this God is aware of that says, no, that's what I hate. What I love is what's inside of my existence. I'm confused as to how all that works.
Well, first of all, the opposite of love is not hate, it's fear. And the reason it's fear is because, as I said, love is seeing yourself in other things. seeing yourself and other people. Fear is basically you come across something you don't understand or know, so you reject it, and it makes you, feel scared or something similar to that. So basically, you're failing to see yourself in the other thing. So we need to learn to undo this irrational fear, because once we recognize that all things are basically the self, there's nothing to fear.
So what if what you see of yourself is something that you don't like? Or this God sees these refractions of itself, and like doing harmful things to children, or whatever gross thing you might want to imagine. There's terrible things that happen out there that are all happening within this existence of this God, if I'm understood. So let me first of all just hammer down, is there anything that exists outside of the God?
I'm going to answer that in a minute, but I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. I'm just having a hard time, because as I was talking to Guru a week or so ago, I think Fatima, you were there. I was trying to press him on. He said there's no such thing as good or as evil. There's only good, and I was trying to explain to him that without the laws of non-contradiction, we have nothing tangible to even understand what the good is or what the evil is. You've got to have this polarization, right? This dichotomy that says, if this is left, then the other opposite direction is going to be inherently right. Everything can't be all lefts, right? Just doesn't make any sense. So same thing with what I'm hearing here is without, there's love. He says there's no hate. And again, I'm trying to be generous and understand what he means by these words, because he's obviously not using these words in the way that I think colloquially they're used in modern day parlance. So he's got fear as the opposite of love instead of hate. But fear, the way you just... Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I did interrupt you, but
where can I ask one other question? Where are you getting all this from as well? I'd like to hear that. Go ahead.
Occultists, mythology, and that's really mostly it, and also philosophy.
Okay.
But first of all, Guru has basically said that there is evil. He calls it illness, which is etymologically from the Germanic origins exactly what the word evil means. It means illness. So, not only that, his stuff is not that original. I recognize it. It's basically a bunch of Hermeticism and Gnosticism. That's basically all he talks about. And to answer
I just
your
meaning the comparison. Yeah, I'm not throwing shade on Guru, especially when he's not here to defend himself. He seems like a sincere. Well, I don't know if sincere is the right word for it because of all the characters, but he seems like a very nice person. He seems like he's got a good heart and he's trying to do good things. I just meant for the communication, it's difficult because if you're using words in ways that I'm at least not familiar with the usage, I'm really getting lost really quickly. And that's why I'm trying to be respectful and hammer down some of what it is you're actually meaning, because I don't want to cast doubt or judgment on something that I may be interpreting something that you're not actually meaning to say. So that's just all I'm trying to do here, to be fair to you. So so I hope you understand that.
Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna say that I am meaning love in the colloquial English sense. Okay, like the definition on Merriam-Webster for love means that you have a good disposition towards all things at all times. And why is that? It's because you see yourself in all things at all times. So therefore, there's nothing to sway your mood. You're in a neutral mood. This is what I say about neutrality and balance. It's about seeing yourself in things. So fear, as I was stating, is not seeing yourself in other things. And you grow this irrational misunderstanding of them that guides your path in dealing with things. And this always leads out to bad things because it's guided by fear. And as I said, fear is the opposite of love. It's not hate. hate is just basically like an extreme form of resentment that could come out of love. It could come out of fear. It could come out of both those things. But you're asking, does God exist outside of things, or is there a thing outside of God? I'm going to quote Parmenides for this one. And Parmenides is going to say no. You see, he says that if the universe is in a state of becoming, which is what Heraclitus says, which is that basically every moment something is new, and the universe is trying to become something that it's not every moment. If that was the case, then what set it in the state of becoming? Because becoming is just motion. So what set it in motion? The only logical thing he could think of was nothing. So basically, because there's stuff now, the only thing that could have set it into motion or could have brought it into existence would have been nothing. So something comes from nothing. And to Parmenides, this was a contradiction. So he rejected this, because if it did come from nothing, then it would eventually revert to nothing. So he said that everything is still, and there is no movement. And in fact, all there is the world of truth and the world of opinions, which is what his work is divided on. The world of truth is the stillness of reality, and the world of opinions is the perceptions within reality. So it's our perceptions which cannot conceptualize the stillness to Parmenides. And there is nothing outside of this stillness, and nothing does not exist. So therefore, there is only being. So therefore, there is only God, because God is the force which experiences all of being.
But if you've got everything existing within this God, and this God loves itself, then ultimately it would mean that this God loves things that are against its own nature, because there are things that are not loving, like fear, for example. Use your fear. There's clearly fear is a part of reality. Fear exists, and so fear exists within God. And so then you would have to say if God loves himself, then that, and love is whatever encompassed all things, right? The affection of all things, then that means this God would have affection of fear. Doesn't that seem like this not matching up, or am I misunderstanding all this?
As the Zoroastrians would say, like if you take darkness and light, for example, the Zoroastrians were going to say that all darkness is an absence of light. Therefore, there is only light. And the way I'm describing love is you recognize yourself in all things. All fear is an absence of this recognition. So there is no fear. All there is love. You either have love or you don't have it. And if you don't have it, that's what we call fear. You're missing the recognition of yourself within the things that you're seeing and you don't understand. Because like I said, being is large, okay? And we're only experiencing little bits of it at a time. So there are going to be lots of things going on around us that we don't understand, that are perceived as scary, like dying, for example. People don't understand why they die, even though it's right there in the word. Die implies like a color dye or tie-dye, like you're tie-dyeing your shirt. So you're literally just going from one color spectrum, which right now we exist within the green color spectrum, to another, which could be ultraviolet or it could be infrared. That's all dying is. You're altering your perception, but you still have the moment, because the moment is what is eternal. That is what's static.
So the lion eats the gazelle, right? The lion is becoming satiated and is surviving and is receiving nutrients, and it's all good for the lion. The gazelle, in that same instance, is suffering a horrible death, being eaten, potentially eaten alive, depending on, if the lion gets a successful suffocation or not, and so on and so forth. There's, how many lions are jumping on the dog, piling on the gazelle before it actually loses sensation of pain, so on and so forth. So presumably it's possible this gazelle is suffering a horrible fate being eaten by the lion. They're both having the same, in the same experience, because it's the experience of the lion and the gazelle are sharing this experience together. They're getting two completely different results from the same action, right? And this God now is encompassing both of these. To say that God loves the lion being satiated by causing the gazelle to suffer seems like it's encompassing this contradiction localized, which localized contradictions are the things that can't exist. You can have unlocalized contradictions, right, which is fine, and you can have conflicts localized, but you can't have localized contradictions because that is illogical, right? And maybe that's why I'm having a hard time actually conceptualizing this, because it seems like at the root of it, it's just completely illogical. Maybe it's not meant to be just explained within the laws of logic, though, which is perfectly fine. Or maybe I'm just too dumb to follow what you're saying, which is perfectly plausible as well.
The thing about the laws of logic is they come from what I'm talking about. They come from the Parmenides sense of being. That's what they have their foundation in. So if you try to use the laws of logic to understand the foundation, you're missing the whole point. And this is why earlier I told the panel that I don't really think Aristotle is that great, because that's all he tries to do, is he tries to focus on empiricism and describing the qualities of that which can be observed and measured, rather than focusing on the larger picture, which is things that are beyond human knowledge, and understanding our place within them.
Wait, but like, what's wrong with like empiricism? Because that is used along with rationalism to like describe our reality. Like, I don't see how that's necessarily a bad thing. And empiricism is all about experience. It's all about experience and not much else. I think experiences are important.
It needs to be balanced with intuition, with creativity, with understanding that there are things that influence our lives beyond that which we can perceive. And Aristotle only wants to focus, and especially the people who came after him, they only want to focus on that which can be perceived and that which can be reasoned. And this is limiting because, first of all, reason, or as Descartes says, I think, therefore I am, and even the Hermeticists say this, thought is not primary. Feeling is primary. Touch is what is primary, even as a human being. In order to even have thoughts, and you were even describing this with Hume, with the impressions and ideas, in order to even have thoughts, we have to have experiences first. And to have experiences, we have to have the light rays reflect the objective world into our eyes, which then the brain cognizes through information, through electrical signals, which then creates the images we see, right? So I don't deny that empiricism is a good thing because it's how we experience the world. I'm saying if you're saying this is the end-all be-all, which is what modern science does, you're seriously limiting yourself.
Well, I never said it was the end-all be-all, and I have my own skepticism of the sciences as well. But like, I don't claim anything like that much of a.
I don't know if you do, but I know a lot of people. They act like science and technology and engineering and medicine is going to be the things that saves humanity, and it's not.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all, actually, either.
Yeah, that's good.
No, I don't think that humans can be saved by like their own inventions, because that's what because that's what got them there, and that's what got us in this mess in the first place. Was that,
Yeah. But going back to what objective ethics was saying, the laws of logic are based in what I'm talking about, Parmenides being. Like, just take the law of identity, for example. That's based in the fact that we live in a still existence where nothing changes. You know, what if it's an apple, it's going to be an apple for its entire existence. Just like the universe we live in is going to be made up of atoms and material things as long as we're in it. But these things have an external source, or really it's not even external, it's just beyond matter that matter is a part of, that we're not perceiving. So you get what I'm saying is that the laws of logic, they're based in Parmenides being.
No, so fundamentally I would disagree with you just based on my own worldview, which is, as I mentioned, I don't know if you were here for that or not, but I'm a metaphysical naturalist. So I do believe there are metaphysical transcendentals, them being specifically the laws of logic and numbers. So I believe that's actually at the necessarily a priori to personal subjective experience. It bridges the gap between personal subjective experience and the objective world that we live in. That's just my personal views. So I think that abandoning the laws of logic is incoherent, because without being able to identify what something is, and we need to be able to have something like the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle in order for the law of identity to actually work. It's why you can't get rid of just one of the three laws of logic, because it breaks down. They work synchristically right together. So all three of them are necessary. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle. You have to have all three of those to even be able to understand, to function in the world. So to say that that's wrong, or that there's something else beyond that, I don't think metaphysically you can get an ontology that's beyond the laws of logic or mathematics. Personally, this is just my view on that.
Well, scientifically, it's been proven that human beings can only sense or interpret 0.00003% of reality around them. So that means that 99.00007 or whatever percent of things that are going on around us, we're not even perceiving, or we're not perceiving it correctly. And I'm going to guess that science maybe boosts this up to about 1%. I don't really know. Maybe 10% if I'm being generous, but I highly doubt that. Scientific instruments only go so far, and the point is that there's all these forces going on around us that are influencing us that science cannot detect. For example, when people have a dream, and they're experiencing, like if they're like a pirate, or if they're like flying in space or whatever, or if they're meeting some sort of person who's telling them some sort of knowledge or whatever, there's no way that someone can empiricize that. But that doesn't mean the experience didn't happen, and that doesn't mean the experience doesn't influence that person's life. And I'm saying that there are all kinds of things beyond just that are happening all around us that influence us, that science and empiricism cannot detect. And the best way to live in balance with these forces is to just love the unknown. Do not fear it. Just recognize that ultimately, because the principle of self-expression is the highest principle, or this principle of self-responsibility is the highest principle. All these external forces are dependent on how we live our lives and how respectful we are of other people's responsibility and how they live their life.
Well, I mean, a lot of that I can agree with, because I believe in objective morality, and I base that on the ontologically on the fact that all human beings are equal, because we are the same species. So I definitely believe that we should be treating people equally with fairness, and fairness means treating like cases alike, so on and so forth. So I'm absolutely on board with you on that. But as far as saying that there's no way we can quantify experience, I think empirically, there's no way you could know that, in my opinion. How can you make that bold of a statement? I think you should say it. To be intellectually honest, I think a person should say they are at best agnostic about something like that. Even though I agree with you that we can throw whatever number you want on it and say that.
You just cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Even though I could agree with you and
You
say
just cut out
whatever
last
number, yeah, whatever number you want to throw at empiricism, the scientific method, science in and of itself, we only know 0.00001% of reality, maybe less than that, right? Because reality, if the universe is infinite, right, we don't even know that, for example. We can't go beyond the Planck temperature, so we don't know what's before the Big Bang. I mean, there's so many things we will never likely know, but that doesn't mean that we won't know. It's just a matter of we just don't know for sure what we will ultimately be able to know and not know. So I think to make blanket statements about that, just to be, should be more cautious. Maybe you're right. Maybe you have some insight into this that I just don't have. So that's, I have no way of knowing ultimately what's in your mind, but I don't think that it's, the firing of neurons eventually, I think given enough time, if we don't destroy this planet, which is we're likely going to do, so we won't have enough time. But if we were to have enough time, I think with technology, we would eventually be able to understand the complexities of the brain enough to be able to understand how consciousness comes from matter. I don't think consciousness is fundamental. Myself, I think it's an emergent property. So, and I think that we can make that as the safest guess just based on the fact that when we experiment with the brain, we mess with consciousness. And so I think there's a really good argument that consciousness comes clearly as an emergent property of the brain. Split brain patient studies are a fascinating thing to look into for some of the evidence for that argument. But that's not a conclusive proof. It's not idealism and non-dualism is a fascinating thing to look into. But I'm just not convinced that they're true, and I'm not convinced that we won't be able to understand brain states well enough to say, oh, this is where experience comes from, because we already understand so much about like emotions. What part of the brain control the emotions, for example, right? The amygdala, right? The limbic system, so on and so forth. So I don't know. I just think there's a lot of strong claims being made, and while it's interesting, I'm still having a hard time understanding how you've gotten away from logic as being the way to understand if what you're saying is even right, true or not, or if I'm even talking to you or not. Without logic, without the laws of logic, how do we even know, what's happening right now? I can't identify my phone. Click the link.
I think you misunderstood me, because I didn't say that logic was a bad thing or that we should reject it. I said that
I don't think you said it's a bad thing.
I said it comes from Parmenides and his concept of being, and that's where Aristotle came up with it.
Well, that's fine. Whoever came up with it is not really the issue. In my opinion, the issue is that they identified it. They didn't invent it. Parmenides and Aristotle didn't invent this, because I think it's a priori. Necessarily.
But I'm saying that they identified it because they understood the ontology of being. So if you reject the static nature of being, the laws of logic have no foundation.
Well, I don't agree with that conclusion, because the laws of logic identify something it's all relative, right? So at a particular point in time.
No, there's not relative. I mean, in a sense, yes, but it's describing objective truths to go beyond relativity.
But it's all objective at a relative moment in time and space. So the red ball is red right now, but if I leave it out in the sun, the same ball, the sun will tan the color, right? The red color will fade, and then it might look like more like a burnt orange. It's the same ball, right? But it cannot be burnt orange and red at the same exact time. It can either be one or the other. A square cannot be a circle at the exact same time. This is just how the laws of logic work, and that's only based on one time. You can have a square and you can have a circle next to each other. You can round the edges of the square and turn it into a circle or circular shape, or draw a circle within the square, but you cannot have a square circle at any point in any given space and time.
Exactly. So I'm saying that Ontologically, the universe or existence can either only be in a state of being or becoming. And I'm saying it's in a state of being, and the laws of logic depend on it being in a state of being, because in a state of becoming, logic is changing from moment to moment.
Well, maybe it's just the way we're wording this, but I don't think logic is changing from moment to moment. I think that the conditions change from moment to moment, but logic is static. So what was happening at, let's say, 5 o'clock this morning hasn't changed and won't change ever. It happened the way it happened. Whatever happened. So I cannot get a contradiction from something that happened previously just because we have a change of state. So the laws of logic aren't changing; they're static. It's like I said, it points to a specific moment in space and time to identify something, and we have to be able to identify something. Otherwise, we can't function. And I also think that fear is actually necessary for evolution. Without fear, life forms would never have evolved, because we wouldn't avoid predators. We wouldn't stop ourselves from jumping into the pretty fire or whatever else, you know what I mean? So fear is a necessary part of survival. And if it's a necessary part of our survival, how can it be a bad thing or an evil thing?
Well, yeah, because there are things to recognize that, like I said, love is about seeing yourself in things. So fear, it would be recognizing that the fire is not good for yourself, right? But I think generally we actually agree, because you get that the laws of logic are static, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Are you familiar with Parmenides?
Not overly.
Yeah, okay. I think you should look into Parmenides, and then I think that you'll understand more of what I'm talking about, because I think that you're there. Because you said that they're static, and I absolutely agree with you. Because as I said, ontologically, either existence is static or it's in motion or in flux. And in order for the laws of logic to be true, the universe must be static. It cannot be in a state of flux, because that would mean that logic could change potentially at any moment.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Parmenides and Heraclitus.
I was going to ask you one other question really quick before I forget. Have you heard of Ramanhas Yogananda and the Self-Realization Fellowship by chance?
He's that dude from like 100 years ago, or maybe a little bit 80, more like 80.
Yeah, more recent. Yeah, he's actually fairly contemporary. Yeah, he came from India to America and supposedly performed some miraculous deeds in front of people. He met some really famous people, like real life people and stuff like that, to talk about him. And in art, like I said, somewhat contemporary to us. And he died of actually very young age from just natural causes. And he started a church in Southern California called Self-Realization Fellowship. And he talked very much. He draws a lot from Eastern philosophy and theology. Excuse me. But he also combines it with Western theology. So he refers to a lot of what you're talking about. He calls it the Christ consciousness, kind of coined that phrase. I don't know. Anyway, I think you might resonate a lot with the stuff he says, because it's very similar to some of the things you're saying about experience. So the whole point of existence, for example, is simply for experience, because this fractal nature of reality, as you're describing it, it would be necessary if God wanted to know himself or itself, however you want to say that. So when we look at we can't look inside our own souls very well. It's very difficult to have true introspection, right? Just like it's impossible for me to see the side of my face unless I look in a mirror. I need to use a mirror to see the side of my head, right? Well, I can't see inside my own soul very well. So what I do is I look at my relationship with my wife, or with my employees, or my enemies, even, to see what my soul actually looks like, right? I need this reflection, because other people create a reflection for us that we can see inside of ourselves. And so this is what this God is doing, is that everything is inside of God, and that all this fractal existence is just so that God could see and experience all these different things, because otherwise God would have no way to look inside of itself. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of in line with what I'm hearing you say.
You're on the right track, yeah. And this can even, I think even if you don't believe in God, if you're an atheist, this is even scientifically proven, because they say that we all come from stardust. All the atoms are basically forged from stars that floated and formed into planets, and then now eventually formed into life. So if that's true, the stars would have basically made us to look back at itself.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, scientifically, we're basically children of the stars looking at our parents every day. Because the star can't look at itself, like objective ethics was saying. It needs a mirror, or it needs some sort of fractal to actually experience this world that it's in, or these things that it made. Atoms would be in the case of the stars, from a subjective experience, right? If we're going to assume the star is alive and conscious, which I absolutely think it is, just because it doesn't mean what science would consider alive, even though I'm pretty sure that they say fire is alive. So by that metric, stars would absolutely be alive. But
Cougar Doomer, do you want to come on, bro?
yeah, it just basically comes down to reflection. The stars seeing themselves through our eyes. But that's only if you want to remove God from the equation. That's a materialistic approach, because I think that it's beyond just the stars. And like the ancients will say that stars were portals into God's realm.
Thank you.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Cougar Doom, you're on the Finding Gnosis show now. You were waiting quietly in the wings. I know you came on before to say something. I don't know what it is you wanted to say, but I wanted to give you an opportunity before we round up for the evening.
Yeah. Actually, I wasn't even sure my microphone is working. How do I sound?
Yeah, you sound good to me, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell. Yeah, so it's been an interesting conversation. And I think, as I said in the chat some hours ago, it would be hard for me to even know how to come into a panel like this because, one, you guys are all enjoying each other's company. And two, I don't know that there's any place for someone who's going to talk about material science. So, I guess carry on because you're doing fine. But now we're talking about science. So, stars having senses, and we come from stars, and there's a certain amount of woo here. There is a literal fact that the entire planet, therefore humans, are at least to some extent made of the substance of stars, but these are stars that have already exploded and spew their innards all over the cosmos to then reaccumulate and form new things. So it's a little bit complicated. As something of an aside, but I think it's still relevant. The Earth is not as it was made. Just so it's understood, the Earth itself is not as it was made from stuff from the sun. The Earth was made in a collision with a planetoid called Theia, and it was in the collision with Theia that it spun off the moon and probably created the molten core in the center of the Earth from the latent heat of collision. And probably the Earth would have had rings like Saturn, except that over time they disappeared and were reabsorbed via gravity. So where we are and how we came to be here and what we're made of is actually extremely complicated, and the complication is interesting enough without using science to make claims about, well, stars are watching us through our own eyes. They created our eyes so we can look at them. And no, I'm sorry, science doesn't really go there. And I'm not here to be that boorish asshole who says, I know science and you don't. I'm just saying that science doesn't go there. Science, you know what I'm saying, right? And but those are all interesting concepts. And even if science cannot address this stuff and wouldn't even be in the room, and I wasn't even on the panel in deference to what you're doing here, even if science has nothing to say about this, there is much that can be said. And science does have some things to say, and we have discovered a lot about how the universe works. We used to think lightning came from the hand of Zeus or whatever, right? That's kind of a boring answer, actually. That's like, well, so Zeus throws lightning, okay? Back to harvesting grain. But the truth is actually much more interesting. Where does lightning come from? It doesn't come from Zeus. The more we know about the workings of the universe, I think the more fascinated we become with the universe, not less. And some of this discussion is actually made possible because of all the things we have discovered to be true and demonstrably so. Like the fact that planets and stars are made out of old stars that blew themselves to pieces. We didn't know that before. The Greeks didn't give us that. We came up with that on our own. So I'm here to protect science, but I'm also here to say that, like they like to say, we stand on the shoulders of giants.
I kind of did a poem about that, Cougar Duma. It's quite horrible, actually, but I'll play it for you.
The sun may warm your glowing skin. The stars may give you midnight fairy lights. But to whom light gives it also, that receiver takes away. For what is light but the burning of dark things? In this universe, phenomena are either the light or the fuel that it consumes so it can continue to burn furiously. Light grows its future harvest, the very fuel it will devour, and that is what you are. It shows what is. It powers life, and all it touches, it is also degrading, also destroying by merely shining down upon. Now you see it. Now you don't. The great revealer, the quiet eraser, the big tease. See the light? It is your maker, and it is your breaker. You are scared of the dark. Oh, how you run from shadows. You yearn for illumination, but the brighter the light of your supposed savior, the more dangerous it is. The light shines on, but because it does, you won't. But what for? Why must light burn all that is, and create new fuel with its own burning, a cycle ever ensuring more sods for the fire? Where else must fires burn? Forever, without mercy. Why? I sadly tell you, hell.
Sorry if that was a bit disturbing, Cougar Duma.
Oh, well, that's right up my alley. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's kind of horrible in a way, because it did kind of make sense in a weird kind of way as well, that, everything is,
Yeah.
the light does it. What? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, everything is fuel. You're fuel. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Everything is fuel. And if we want to get esoteric here we are, finding Gnosis. Your life is just a way for the universe to burn itself down.
Oh, the heat death.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Why not? Call it the heat death of the universe. But also, we are just a very, very creative way with our understanding and our ability for self-introspection. For introspection, we're a very clever way, a very artistic way of the universe burning itself down. And we should celebrate that, I suppose.
But the thing is, we don't have to be that. But I want to ask a question, Cougar Doomer. Do you think that science is just and only a method used to measure and quantify the objective world?
Wow, that's a good question, and you use that word very carefully. Only. I think so far, what we have maybe come to terms with is that there are limits to science. We do strictly focus on the material, which lends itself to observation. We do what lends itself to. We start with observation. If we cannot observe something, then we shrug our shoulders and say, "Well, not good enough. We're not going to go there." So science has almost nothing to say about ghostly apparitions. Science has nothing to say about UFOs. Science has nothing to say about heaven or hell or angels or demons. Science, I mean, there's there's a lot of ink spilled on these topics, but not by science. And you're not going to find these things written up, as a rule, in scientific peer-reviewed journals. Maybe you will. Maybe you can point to something, but it proves the point rather than the other way around. So science has given up on certain things, and we leave these things to philosophy, which is fine. That we need philosophy to carry the torch where science cannot go. But science is constantly going places. Science is constantly pushing back the boundaries of where science cannot go.
There is the philosophy of science. I think philosophy isn't dead. Philosophy is a way for people to try and think about reality, and then they can use science to test it. Hopefully. Obviously, you can't test all philosophy with science. But I don't think philosophy is redundant. I think it's great for getting.
And let's just point out,
it's great for getting your creative juices going. And
the early scientists were not called scientists.
I think that there needs to be a healthy balance between science and a philosophy. They both need each other. They both need to complement one another, which leads me to my own views. But still, yeah.
But there's a grand old tradition of that's where science started. It was called natural philosophy, and so they knew that philosophy came first, and then they tacked on natural philosophy, and they were saying we're going to take our philosophical inspirations from nature. That's going to be our first principle. So they did that, and then eventually they gave up alchemy and started doing chemistry, and they gave up all the discussions about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, and started looking at how atoms compose. How many neutrons are in the center of an atom. So there was an origin to all this, and I think it's fitting and important that philosophy continue. And where science can go, science will follow. I guess it'll follow the philosophers. So the philosophers have a lot of work to do, mostly as trailblazers. I would suggest.
Do you think that technology is a part of science? Or is it separate?
No.
I mean, the design of technology is science, in my view. I mean,
there's a lot of technology that came out of basic research.
I mean, engineering is based on science, but also you could say the actual product design, the initial product development, when they are actually creating new innovation, that's based on science. That's heavily science. Because sometimes technology is literally breaking new frontiers, and they're doing it because of science. They're doing it because they're looking at what science says is possible.
Yeah, there really is a handshake. We built the super colliders to study atoms, and those are technological and engineering feats, of human history. But they're based on a lot of science that came before. Studies of atoms, and actually a lot of mathematics that came before. And then they built the called super colliders as microscopes, as tools to delve deeper into the underpinnings of nature. So there is a dance between pure science and technology. I've been a technologist and I've been a scientist, and I can tell you there's a lot less science in technology, in actual technology work, than people would probably imagine. A lot of technology work is actually seat of the pants, not much different than alchemy. which was just, well, I'm going to mix some of this with that, some of that, cook it up and see if it blows my head off, right? And so alchemy was a lot of this and that. Later on, we had chemistry. And chemistry is far more
think
scientific.
you have followers and you have pioneers in the world. And some people who work in technology are pioneers, breaking new ground. Some people are followers, just, literally, it's like they're reading a recipe book and just following instructions without thinking.
Yeah.
Someone else has done the groundwork. Someone else has done all the experimentation, thought, preparation. And these people know it's safe because it's been done before and they're just following it. They're not really.
And that's my kind of relationship with technology. Early on, I was a pioneer. I'm pretty old right now. I'm like 67. I was a pioneer in the early days, doing everything the hard way. And then about the time I was getting ready to retire, everything had become cookbooks, and that's fine. That's the natural evolution of things. It needs to be a cookbook. And then pioneers like me, people who were really mad scientists, we were mad scientists because the stuff we were doing was nuts. But it worked. And then it opened the door to other people who could then systematize the mad work we did. And then I retired, so I'm out of it now. But there is definitely that aspect. I think that philosophers still have a role. And these discussions today remind me of that.
OE, when you came up, OE has patented a few inventions, I believe to do with boating and is it kayak? Is it? Well, what type of boats is it? Is it kayak? Is it? It's not machine boats, is it? OE.
It's a hybrid, yeah. So the whole design was what the patents were for, was a triform hull, but the specific hull design that I patented. But yeah, the medium that I brought it to market.
How did science impact how did science come into it when you were doing your invention and design and such?
So I had to work with thermoforming plastics and hydrodynamics, those two particular fields. And it is all based off of the groundwork that other people laid before me. I didn't do anything innovative to discover new hydrodynamic
in a way
principles.
You're still being creative. It's still a creative process, because what you're doing is people have laid out stuff before, but you're reconfiguring it into something else, into something useful in a different, that wasn't done before. So it's still a creative process, and it's still scientific, is it not? I mean,
Oh, absolutely. And it is pioneering because it was never done before. And so I had a utility. So I had one utility patent and one design patent. And the utility is definitely innovative. And the design was original because of the medium that I chose to build it on, this hybrid boat. And so there is creativity to it, but it's really standing on the shoulders of giants. The guys who were the first ones to build the first canoes, to hollow out the first log and take the first set of rapids, and all the other cavemen were probably going, man, that guy is crazy,
I don't know how many pioneers there are, Kugaduma, in science. Like, ultimately, the people who create something, almost, it would appear from nothing. They have a eureka moment. And they, it doesn't happen very often, does it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't.
They're building on something, usually.
Yeah, and you're talking about pivotal moments, of course, like Einstein's, what do you want to call it? Inspirations?
And stuff like that,
Isaac Newton, and Galileo. And these people we study them and really kind of, celebrate them as humans, because they turned a corner. And we know that in retrospect. You don't know it at the time, of course. There's a lot of unsung heroes. Of course, Galileo was shown the torture chambers by the Pope. So it doesn't always work out. But anyway, we celebrate these people, and it's I mean, how to say? Yeah, it's on the shoulders of giants, but they're not maybe giants in the sense that even we can appreciate. These people had insights. They're like, where did they come up with these ideas?
Yeah, can I comment on Galileo? Because really he was helped by the church every step of the way and financed by families like the Medicis, along with most of these other people from this era. You see, this was all a part of the counter-reformation established by the Jesuits, who established their ratio setorum. I think I might have pronounced that incorrectly, but it basically came down to one of their objectives is we're going to get into academia and pedagogy, and we're going to control the curriculum regarding everything. And because science was becoming more prevalent during this time, they heavily influenced science and mathematics. And in fact, one of their objectives was one of the things, I don't remember who said it, someone on this panel said earlier, that math should be the bridge between philosophy and metaphysics. And this is exactly what the Jesuits write in their writings. This is written by Christopher Grenbreger, who was a Jesuit, who was the student of Christopher Clavius, who was the guy who came up with the Gregorian calendar based off of Copernicus's calculations. And of course, Copernicus learned all his math in a Jesuit institution. But my point is that these giants that we're talking about, they have a huge debt to pay to the Catholic Church. And even Galileo, when he was arrested, it was more so in a courtship style where, let's just say, it wasn't what you'd imagine a typical prison. It was more so like a nice European house in the city that he couldn't leave.
Yeah, well, I'm not personally familiar with his life. I'm just familiar with the stories that they tell about how difficult it was to get the Pope to look through the telescope. So, it's great to be on here, guys. I just wanted to come on for a minute. In reality, I'm working outside. It's really noisy, and so I'm going to jump off, and I'll continue to listen from the other side.
We'll probably end soon, actually. But I think some people will continue on the Twitter page. There'll be like a little after party if someone wants to come to that. But yeah, I think it might be a good time to end the YouTube version of events. So I suppose we could do closing remarks then. Objective ethics, mate. Do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, just real quick. First of all, I want to say thank you for being such a gracious host, DNW. Thank you, Set Scales and Fatima, for all your insight. And Christine's son, I always enjoy hearing from you. So it was a shame I didn't get a chance to hear what you had to say about all this. I know you've got some interesting views. But just really quickly, in closing, I'd say that respecting the planet, respecting others, and self-respect are the bricks that we use to lay the foundation to the good life that leads builds the road that leads to the good life we all want to live.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Pristine, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yes, thank you, Objective Ethics.
Pristine,
Good night, everyone. Oh yeah, I don't really have much to say, but yeah, thank you, and good night, everyone. See you in the next Finding Gnosis show live stream.
Thank you.
The shore of end soon. The show will end soon.
Yes, Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Of course, absolutely. Thank you once again, DNW, for being always generous to share your time with us and for hosting and for sharing ideas or for letting us have a platform to share ideas that we don't necessarily agree with all the time. But it's always good to hear the absolute sea of thought that is the world, in which we have just a small puddle of in your streams, DNW. So that's always good. Yeah.
Your
By the way,
stream
guys,
is a puddle.
Yeah.
There will be an X show after this. If anybody wants to come on to X, just look up Finding Gnosis on X.
No, I'll be there.
Yes,
There will be audio only, so it will be an after party.
After party.
Fatima will be there.
Be there or be triangle.
Be
exactly.
Be fair, be a rectangle.
Yes, Set Scales, do you want to give your closing remarks for this show?
Well, I said a lot.
Yeah.
I guess just maybe check out my channel. I say a lot more.
Absolutely.
Awesome. You did very well, guys, today. Very
Yes.
interesting stuff.
Thank you.
It was nice to listen to. Congratulations to you all, you know. So yes, yeah, come to X now, guys, to listen to more insightful thoughts by the likes of Fatima and co, and Pristine, and yourself if you want to be there. So yeah, come to X. Come to X. I will share the I will share the link in the live chat, and you can join everybody there. So come to X. Let me just write it here. Untrackable, do you want to give your closing remarks for the show? Untrackable, we're shutting down now on YouTube, but we are going to X. So would you like to give your closing remarks?
Is there going to be a carryover, or
yeah, on X? If you go to X, are you on X?
Yeah, after
AKA
party.
Twitter.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
I would just like to say that I really appreciate this show and the topics that it brings people together. Even with how do you say the difference of opinions and whatnot, because we all have them. So I just want to. This is more of an appreciation. Good night. So yeah, thank you. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for having me as always. No, I'm not gonna do new platforms. But take care of each other as always.
Thank you very much, Untrackable. We appreciate you too. We love you too, brother. Okay, guys. Well, we will end it here. Head over to X. You'll see the address there on screen. There will be more there. So if you want to continue the flow, the conversation, go over there, and there will be more. There will be more. We'll end it there then here. Take care, everybody.
Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. No big answer.